voice, and I will use it to say the Viper is very cool. It's
hi.
But it's cool.
They can hear you.
That's funny. I just saw, and like how I'm holding my pistols, it's like I'm defending you. I'm
What?
nervous around the bar goers. You're kind of, yeah. I'm nervous around the bar goers.
I see. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Mikha, your company man, Vtuber with his head in the clouds. Since I'm always flying planes, we are actually flying planes today.
Yes.
Pretty rare, huh?
It's very rare.
I don't actually do this nearly enough. Oh, and I've got someone else's stream up I gotta turn off. Sorry,
Yeah,
Seb.
that-
Bye-bye.
That doesn't go too well.
Okay, so we're going to be covering, or this is Sharklett, our trainee F-16 pilot. We're going to be teaching her. Your pronouns are she, her, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, just I said it and I'm like I didn't actually confirm.
You could also call me like F14A/F14B.
Okay, so
but in your vocabulary.
so Sharklett is our trainee pilot. We are going to be teaching F-14A how to fly an F-16C. I did actually write out an outline of everything I wanted to cover. I've got a more detailed version of what I sent you, but we're going to pop on to probably one of the 4YA training servers. Let me take a quick look at what's going on. So Caucasus map is default map, so you should have that one, right?
I have pretty much all the maps.
Okay. What the heck is...
So we can go anywhere. We can go to the prettiest place. It's up to you.
I'm finding one that's got very few people so we don't crash into people and make them angry.
I doubt I'll crash into people.
All right, so there is 4YA training 24/7 Caucasus PVE 2.0 beta UK.
That's 19 people. Quite a lot.
The one I'm looking at is 4 out of 42.
4 out of 42. I don't see it.
4YA
Actually,
training Caucasus PVE 2.0 beta UK.
That shows me 19 people. I'm seeing 19 on that server.
I think there's a lot of 4YA training servers, so we're probably looking at different servers.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'll find this eventually. Wait, I found it. Oh yeah, I found it. Oh no, it did have 19 people. I just didn't refresh for a long time. Yeah, this is it. There's like a bunch of guys in there. There's a Su-25 called Cot in there.
I don't see that at all.
Which one do you see?
There's 4 people on this server.
Pricey, GT Welsh, Kano, and Cot.
Oh yeah, that's what I see.
Yeah, that is what you see.
But there's only 5 people on that server.
Yeah, we should be there now,
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna pop into that server. I'm gonna ignore
you see that
SRS.
skin I made.
The shark skin.
Yeah. I made the glass blue and it's kind of a bad idea.
You can't see through it.
Well, yeah, it's very blue. You can't see like any like the blue sky gets darker, so you can't actually see like the contrast between planes. I need to make it like way lighter.
Yeah, that'll be a problem. That'll do it.
That's a huge problem.
All
I'm
right.
gonna stick to the normal skin just for training, so everything's the same.
Well, DCS takes its long time to load in. I can go over some of the more basic stuff of theory of operation. So,
Okay.
F-16, well, also, granted, I know nothing about the F-14, so I don't know what you know about general operating methods and whatnot. But
just hit me with everything.
yeah, that's what I
Playable
figure is
to
the
listen
safest option. The F-16 has master modes, and the ones that are most important to know is nav is your default one. So when you're not in another mode, you're in nav mode. with a couple exceptions that aren't important. I'm gonna cover my bases here so that sweaty nerds don't go, actually, but this thing is a master mode. I don't care. I don't care that selective jettison is a master mode. I'm ignoring that.
Okay.
Then you have air-to-air, which I generally don't use. I don't really see the point of it. Maybe somebody can enlighten me with why you would use air-to-air mode. Air-to-ground mode is for dropping bombs and firing air-to-ground missiles.
Who would have guessed?
And then for actual air-to-air combat, I typically use either dogfight or medium-range missile MRM override mode.
Okay.
So dogfight mode, you put it in there, it declutters your HUD, you've got your gun sight up, and it automatically cools your AIM-9 Sidewinders, which is more important for some of the older versions that have limited cooling time or need to be cooled up actively. The AIM-9Xs, those can just be cooled indefinitely, so it doesn't really matter too much if you're flying really modern.
Okay.
MRM override mode is for slinging AMRAMs. But in either of those modes, you can sling the other weapon, so you can sling both Sidewinders and AMRAMs in MRM mode and in dogfight mode.
Yeah.
It'll just be a little harder to do them in certain ways. But you can sling AMRAMs at close range like you would a Sidewinder. It's not going to have as good of a probability of hit, depending on your situation and everything.
Yeah, I'm used to the differences between the missile types and everything.
And then I think the rest we're gonna.
X's are very fun, by the way.
Yeah, the high off bore sight capabilities of the F-16 makes it a really good close-in fighter. And like I said, you can sling a Sidewinder up to like 70 degrees sideways. And then 60 degrees, I think, is the gimbal limit on the radar.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did manage to like fire a few off, and every time I fly right past the guy by mistake and I still hit. It's kind of scary. Like that just exists.
Okay, so I think Kutase is the airfield that we want to go for here.
Okie dokie.
If I can find it. Why is it not in... How the heck does the new filters work? Oh boy.
Oh, this filter thing? Yeah, this is new.
Yeah.
This is completely new.
Okay, in that case, I think Sanaki is an option that we can actually pick.
Okay.
So Sanaki Coal Key is an option, and it should have...
F-16's cold.
Yep, F-16's cold. And I'll pop it right in.
Do I need to ask about your call sign? Why is it Crater 1-1?
I couldn't come up with anything else that AWACS could understand my American accent for.
I thought it was trained on American accents.
Apparently not my accent.
Well, welcome to being Scottish.
Yeah,
Voice
such
recognition
as
just doesn't work.
such as painful life.
Yes.
All right.
Anyway,
For startup,
I'm in an F-16.
I'll give you
Yes.
the abridged startup. Thankfully, with how DCS pre-configures the cockpit, you don't have to worry about a problem other new pilots would have to worry about in the other semi-fly. So I start by closing the canopy.
Okay.
Then you come over to this main power switch. You flip it just to main power.
Yes.
Convoy has been spotted.
Then
An outpost near Zimoroka.
air source is already enabled. Oxygen comes on by default. Engine anti-ice is auto by default, so that's fine.
Okay.
Then over here, probe heat on. I don't know if that actually matters or not, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. Fuel source starts on normal. That needs to be at normal. Otherwise, when you pull negative G's, you won't have fuel flow to your engine.
Okay.
IFF to norm. Then lights to norm, and you flip them to on, bright or dim, depending on what you want.
Lights to norm. Where's the norm? Oh, it's already on norm.
Yeah, so there's a knob for the lights that is default to a norm. And then you'll hit this, you'll see this jet fuel start. You'll flip it to start 2.
Okay. The RPM is going up in a second.
The RPM, you'll see increase. And once it hits about 20%, you can move the throttle to idle, and I get kicked from the server for some reason. Uh-oh.
That is... What does that say? Did you update the F16, the module itself?
Yeah, it set a server timeout, a server ping timeout.
That's not good.
It should, I don't have that bad of a ping. It's only like 100 milliseconds to this server. Typically, I don't have problems on the UK servers for this.
Yeah, you need to might like drop to like a millisecond because DCS is very sensitive to that, I find.
We'll give it another shot.
Yes, another shot.
If this keeps happening, we'll have to find a server that has decent ping for both of us.
I mean, I can play on any server. I don't really mind like high pings.
Well, I'll have to hope that it doesn't kick you for high ping like it's trying to do with me. Okay, so main power on, probe heat on, IFF to normal.
Lights. The main power all the way up, or just on battery?
All the way up.
Okay.
All the way up, and battery, it doesn't really make a difference for our startup. The difference is that main power is feeding from the battery or the engines, whichever it has available, whereas battery is just the battery. So it's more important for like the ground crew and other stuff.
Yeah.
Then jet fuel start to start 2.
Yep.
We always use start 2. There's pretty much no reason to use start 1.
Okie dokie.
And then we'll launch the RPM percent.
Yep.
It gets to 20%. You throttle up to idle.
I have a bound to a button because I only have a T1600M.
Yeah, I've got a fancy throttle where it's bound as buttons coming off of idle.
Ah. I'm hoping to get like something better soon. You know, I spent a lot of time in the flight sim, so I feel like I should like get something better.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, my engine's at a 60.
Yeah, you'll see you're at 60, your lights come on, your engine's on, everything's fine. I don't think hot starts are a thing, so we don't have to worry about that. Then you're gonna come over to this back right panel, and you're going to turn on your MMC, your stores, your multifunction displays, your upper front console. Map doesn't do anything. Your GPS, your data link, and then you're going to turn the INS to stored heading.
Yes.
And you're going to see up here that it's going INS, and it's going to have a number out of another number. And once it reaches the point where it's flashing ready, you're aligned and good to go.
Okay.
Then we're not gonna do ECM yet, because ECM, a lot of people say, is not worth it in DCS, so we're gonna skip over it. You put your comm switch to both. Make sure comm 1 and comm 2 volumes up, which they should be.
Oh god, the volume's behind the thing. Hide the. I can't hide the throttle. Oh, I mean, they're turned up.
Yeah, they should be. They should be on, and it's not really that much of a problem. And then you'll see it here at the very edge of your seat. There's MSL and threat. Those are the volumes. The MSL is the volume of your sidewinders, and the threat is the volume of your RWR. So if you want to turn those down, you can.
A tiny bit.
Next, we will steal the spider, steals the canopy.
Oh, I already did that before. Yeah.
You'll hit this power button, which turns on your radar warning receiver. You'll hit this radar warning receiver and the jammer and the missile warning system buttons. Chaff, flare, turn it to manual, semi-auto, or bypass, depending on your preference.
Okay, I'll do it to manual.
Yeah, manual. In manual mode, when you hit in manual mode, all it does is when you hit a button, it drops the program you commanded it to drop. And program modes are set with this knob to the left. So you've got 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah.
But you have 6 programs. So CMS, which is actually this little switch on the side of the F-16 joystick here, when you hit it forward, it activates the current program.
Okay.
If you hit it left, it activates mode 6. And then if you hit this slap switch right here on the left side, that does mode 5.
Yeah.
So in manual, when you hit any of one of those buttons, it runs the program once and that's it. In semi mode, if you hit CMS right, you authorize, or CMS aft, sorry, you authorize the computer to run one program when it decides it needs to. And it will.
So that be like missile detector, or like you're notching or something like that?
Yeah, so it'll, as soon as something, it'll basically do it as soon as something locks you up. So I tend to not use semi-auto much. And that will only run that program once. Auto will run it until you tell it to stop. So if you hit CMS aft, you'll tell the computer, hey, yeah, you can run. And it'll run the program as much as it feels like until you hit CMS right, which disables it. I don't find most of that too useful because you only have 60 chaff, 60 flares, which you'll burn through pretty quick.
Yeah.
So I leave it typically in manual or at most semi, and I just trigger them manually.
Okay. Yeah. I think
Next.
I'll mostly just be using the slap button for that.
Yeah, that works pretty well. And then symbology, intensity, that's your HMCS.
Yeah.
Changes the brightness of it.
This was wild. First time I tipped this, I'm like, whoa, this is modern. I can look around. That's so cool.
The HMCS is really an incredible thing. You can do so much with it, and I should be able to get into that later.
Yeah.
Next up is the stores config switch. I've been told this does nothing in DC, or I've been told that this doesn't really matter in this game. So what it's supposed to do is it adjusts your angle of attack limiter. And so the F-16 in Cat 1 is AOA limited such that it'll hit about 9 Gs as the maximum. But in Cat 3, it'll hit about 5 or 6 maximum. It's effectively a G limiter, but it technically isn't.
Yeah, so I've flown the JF and that has something similar, where you have to select the right ones for your loadout.
Yeah, you're supposed to select the right one for your loadout, with Cat 3 being the heavy one and Cat 1 being the empty one, or light one. Because if you don't, you'll rip your wings off.
Ah, yeah.
I don't think it actually happens in DCS, but I always have it selected. So if you're doing air to ground, or if you've got like an air-to-air loadout with the 2 wing tanks, you'll need Cat 3 until you fire a missile or use up the wing tank's fuel, typically.
I see that. Hex is in the chat. Also, Midnight Fox.
Hey, Midnight. Hey, Hex. How are you doing? And then next up, taxi lights. You probably don't need these unless you're doing night stuff.
Yeah.
Your parking brake switch, the neat thing with the parking brake switch is if you turn it on and then you try to taxi, once your throttle gets up high enough, it'll pop off, so you can just set it and forget it.
Oh yeah, I went forwards a bit. So now.
Yeah.
I wanted to see it pop off, and it did, and I moved forwards.
And then on the left here is your HUD brightness. So that's on and ready. And we're now, oh, I missed another page. On the right here, to the right of your stick, there's left hard point, right hard point, fire control radar, and then radar altimeter. Radar altimeter has 2 spots, standby and on.
Yep.
A thing that is a little useful, but may or may not, is this switch here that says DED data.
Yes,
if you flip that if you flip it all the way forward, your DED display that's here will pop up in your HUD, which can be useful if you're doing. It's useful if you're doing like air-to-air refueling.
Okay.
And then this switch here, that is labeled VV/VAH, is your HUD declutter switch. So if you flip it all the way to off, your tapes and your roll indicator pop off. That's really useful if you're coming in for a crosswind landing, because otherwise your flight path marker drifts over quite a bit. And then you've got your instrument panel lights, which controls the backlighting of all of your lettering here, and then your floodlight here. That's the gist of it. But now our INS is aligned and ready, so we can. I'm gonna hope I hit the right click.
Ever so slightly, so mine's slightly off, but it can't be that bad, can it? I moved like 2 meters forwards after it was ready.
I proceeded to immediately turn mine off because I have the raw. The button presses, left and right mouse button for toggling switches, is reversed from what I'm used to in DCS.
Oh, it shouldn't matter. You have to hold it in off for 3 seconds usually in DCS for them to reset.
Well, it immediately turned off.
Ah.
So, I don't know. Oopsies.
Yeah, but we'll wait. It's probably. It'll turn out fine.
So then next up, I assume you probably want to learn air-to-air weapons first.
Yeah. How do I use this radar?
So let's get ourselves a standard loadout. We'll grab AM-124, AM-9X, Field 2. Just get something with sidewinders, the fuel pods, and AMRAMs.
Okay, I have 2 X's and 2 AM-120s on both sides. That's good, right?
Kevin, you're here to bum off my F-16 know-how. It's good.
Do I need any of the pods on the center, or is that going to be useless for now?
Grab the targeting pod. I can show some stuff off.
Pod?
It should be...
The lightning?
Yeah, the lightning targeting pod.
Okay. I'm guessing you can slave that to the radar somehow to like IFF a bit better.
Yeah, if you put it into air-to-air mode, which we'll go over in a bit, it will slave to your radar target.
See, that's something that F-14 just has always with like the TLAT system. It's really cool.
Mm-hmm. Okay, then next up, your altimeter is in pneumatic mode, so you just have to click and hold this little switch and you'll get it into regular mode. And then your standby altitude indicator, you just mouse scroll that until it's ready and then you set it. I used to skip that step until my INS got fucked that one time.
I mean, just look outside the cockpit, you know?
Yeah.
Is the ground coming towards you?
And then for important gauges, the hydraulic pressure A and B is here. That's should actually be the pressure in your jet fuel start bottles. So this jet fuel start, it's got a start 1 and start 2. Start 1 triggers 1 bottle. Start 2 triggers both bottles. Okay. Start 1 has like a 50%, actually it's like a 40% chance of success, whereas start 2 has a much higher percent chance of success.
Yeah.
Than doing a start 1 and then doing a start 2.
I am noticing one step we've kind of forgotten. It's like, it's big, yellow, and bright.
The seat arm?
Yes.
Well, I started indoors, so I don't want to arm my seat and eject into the roof.
Honestly, buddies are very... That's actually a good point.
Yeah. So that's your hydraulic pressure. If you've got pressure in those, you should have pressure to start your engine if in midair if you need to, and a midair start, you just hit start 2 and let your RPM climb back up. You'll have to throttle to cut off first, likely, so you don't flood the engine.
Yeah.
EPU.
If I press brake would be hydraulic move, so it's probably also
Yes.
light controls and everything.
The hydraulics here, your brakes are actually powered by your jet fuel start bottles.
Ah, that's very interesting.
Theoretically, you can exhaust them. I don't think you can really in DCS, thankfully.
Is there any point of doing that? That just sounds like, you know, trouble.
I don't think so. But then over here, EPU fuel gauge. So F-16 being single engine, it doesn't have an APU, it has an emergency power unit, which uses a hydrazine fuel to power a generator. It'll last about 10 minutes, but it really depends on how much power you're using, so this gauge will tell you how much you have. The EPU control is over here on the far left, behind your throttle. It'll light up if it's on, and you just leave the switch in normal. In normal position, once your engine is cut out, it will automatically come on when you're not on the ground.
Okay.
I'm gonna be wondering.
Like the picture you have.
What?
I just noticed the picture you have, like down, like in the center.
Yeah, the
Oh,
beautiful Kiri from Magnificent Kotobuki. I have I have her on my wing. Over here.
That's fantastic.
All right, I'm
have
gonna.
to send me that skin later.
I
wanna see
will.
your skin the next time.
Damn it. Okay, we're gonna hope that we're all nice and aligned, and if we're not, I'll figure it out.
I'm off by like 5 meters. It's fine.
I'm down 1 AMRAM, but I'm not gonna bother to ask the ground crew to fix it. All right, last thing. What? I don't know. I don't know how really. The last thing I think I'll cover before we get in the air is your fuel gauge. You've got your fuel tanks. If you see red on one of these, it means you've got a fuel imbalance, which will make your aircraft harder to fly because it will start being outside of the limits of what the flight control system can handle automatically. Your fuel total is down there. You have about 7,000 pounds of internal fuel, but if you forget that, you can flip this dial to the exterior center, and it'll tell you how much fuel you have there, which we have none if you didn't take the center tank. You could do exterior wing.
Tanks.
Yeah, you can do exterior wing, and it'll show you how much fuel you have left. So if you're like, hey, are those tanks dry or not, you can just flip that dial to that, and you can see what you're gonna get, or see if you have it or not. And then norm is just norm.
Yeah, I feel like that's pretty standard on like the F-15, the F-16 and stuff like that.
Yep. And then taxiing, pretty straightforward. You got to hit the nose wheel steering button to have nose wheel steering.
Yep. Have that. Okay.
I have no idea where I am on this map.
Well, I'm in front of you to your left. Okay, I'm gonna do a magic trick. I'm gonna come out of a closed door.
I didn't see it. Do it again.
There's a reverse button.
Whoa, you did come through a closed door. How does that work?
Yeah. I'm a magician in my spare time.
Fancy.
Yeah. Somebody keeps trying to talk on SRS, but it's making no sound.
Yep. Look what I can do.
What can you do? You wiggling? Oh, air brake, yeah.
Speed brakes.
Yeah, I have those bound backwards. I'll just remember that it's backwards. I'm too lazy to fix it.
I highly enjoy my specific switch that handles that, because I've got an F-18 throttle, so the the out position, you have to hold it for them to be out. But then if you want to take them back in, you put it into the in position and it'll just tell them to come in.
Okay, I actually fixed them now. That's what I'm normally used to.
All right, next question on my question of list for you is, are you familiar with TACAN, and does the F-16 HSI, is it the same as your F-14s?
With like the arrow with like the line in the center that moves.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand what that means, yeah.
Okay, because that is a fairly standard system that's on like just about everything,
Yeah.
so it should be pretty explanatory.
It's actually pretty like genius how that just kind of works.
I really like using it for approach whenever TACAN's available, because you can set the course on that to the course of the runway and you know if you're roughly lined up or not.
Yeah, I mostly just like use visual. But it's great for like low visibility.
It's great for knowing how you're gonna have to loop around before you approach.
Yeah.
All right, you ready to rock and roll?
I am ready to rock and roll.
Oh, I didn't turn my data link on.
Oh, how do you turn data link on?
Data link is the knob on the very back right, the MDS LVT.
Turn that on.
I have a feeling mine isn't gonna work right.
I
But
do
we'll
see
deal with
two
it.
friendly targets behind me on my HSI, so mine works.
Yeah, mine doesn't.
I wonder why.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Just take off with burner, yeah?
Yep, full burner. The F-16's very squirrely. And for an air-to-air loadout, I probably should have mentioned this before. For an air-to-air loadout, you rotate at about 155. But for air-to-ground, 175 to 180 is common.
Okie dokie.
All right, I'm short one missile, so I'm out of trim. Turn up the brightness of my DED display. All right, now we're gonna question if any of my steer points work, which I have a feeling maybe. So on 4YA, what's nice is that every airfield has a number by it. So
Yeah.
if we were like saying, let's go to waypoint 5, that's on an airfield, that should work. And it says it's
How
off.
do I go to waypoint 5? How do I do the waypoints?
It says it's directly off my right, which means that my INS is completely screwed up.
Okay,
Alright.
I see waypoint 5. It's where we took. Is that where we took off from?
Nope.
That's 1.
We both have messed up. But how the waypoint works is you've got this ICP. Well, actually, let me.
Actually, mine's fine because I'm seeing an enemy in front on data link, and it's roughly in front of us on the map.
Let me explain how the autopilot works, and then.
Oh yeah, please do. I love not piloting in my plane.
And then we can go over some more of the ICP here. So autopilot, you've got two switches, pitch and roll. So you've got altitude hold and attitude hold. So we'll pop on altitude hold. And then for roll, you've got heading select and steering select. Steering select will go towards your current waypoint. Heading select goes after this little yellow bug on the HSI. So we put that basically where we're going right now and flip it to heading select. The airplane will fly itself towards that.
Okie dokie.
And then for your default DED data entry display page here, you probably have it looking like this. If you just hit...
it's on the radio right... I mean the INS right now still.
Yeah, so if you hit return, it'll go back to this page. If you hit return from basically any page, it'll go back to this one.
But where's return? Am I blind?
Return is right here on this ICP data control switch.
Oh, it's the... Wait, how do I press return?
You gotta click the the RTN.
Yeah. I got it.
This I have bound to the arrow keys, and then this ICP I've got bound to the num keys, and then the other thing I've got bound is this is plus and minus for numpad, so it lets me be able to navigate this really quickly.
Yeah.
I think my INS is massively fucked up considering how where it says I'm going.
Also, be aware, 2 enemy units, 120 nautical miles, about 11 o'clock.
All right, thanks for the heads up.
No problemo.
But you'll be on this page, and if you hit sequence, it'll tell you the direction of the wind and how strong it is, which mine is aired out, so we get none. Other important pages, if you go to TILS, this is where you set your TACAN. So if we, I don't know, we had a 75, you just put 75 in and it gets you there. If you also needed ILS, this is the same page for that. So if your ILS was 110.3, you put in 110, oh, sorry, you put 1103, no decimal, and it'll input it automatically, and you'd put in your course. I don't think the course matters too much.
Okay, that's a really cool menu.
Yeah, and then from there you just hit return, and then you have ALO. So you've got 2 entries here. The Kara allow, so this is when it's going to tell you pull up and altitude all the time.
Yeah.
Then you've got missile floor, which is if you descend past it, it'll tell you altitude once.
Okay.
So you can set that to whatever you want.
5,000's good.
The steer point menu here as number 4.
Okay.
This lets you pick through different steer points. If we had different mission planning, it would also allow you to see when you're supposed to be on station for certain steer points. But this is where you can enter latitude and longitude and add your own custom waypoints.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna fly into a mountain here.
That's ill-advised. I may not be the best F-16 pilot, in fact I'm training, but mountains do seem like an actual enemy.
Hey, Airshow, what's up? Yes, this is a shark and a dog.
Oh, Airshow. I am being taught the F-16. I think I'm doing rather well so far.
Alright, then next up for main pages, cruise page. This is a really good page if you want to fly long distance missions in the F-16. Probably the most important one is home. And if we have a home point set, you can switch. Okay, so let me actually, I keep doing stuff on the keyboard and I should be showing you it. So
Yeah.
Cruise page, you've got time on station, which will just tell you, hey, how long can you stay on station currently? Or actually, sorry, this is when you get to your waypoint. So we're gonna get really weird values with this because our waypoints all have unrealistic, unreasonable time on stations.
I'm on waypoint 666 because I typed that in by mistake on the other page.
But then range, this will tell you, hey, I want to go to this steer point. How much fuel am I going to have when I get there? And you get that.
Okay.
If you hit 0, you'll get a caret on your speed display, your speed tape. That'll tell you the optimal speed for your current altitude if you want to minimize your fuel use.
Yes.
Home, if you have your home base point and you want to get back home, it'll tell you, hey, this is how much fuel you're going to have when you get back home. This is your optimal altitude to fly. So this is the fuel you'll have if you fly currently as is.
Yeah.
And you'll see that typically your optimal altitude is going to be really high. That's just
like
how planes are.
32,000.
And similarly in this mode, if you hit the 0 button, you'll get a tape for a speed caret tape, or a caret on the speed tape for what optimal speed is, and then your optimal altitude one. And then endurance is how long you can fly. So it'll tell you how much time to bingo. So 39 minutes currently. And I need to pull up again.
2 minutes.
I need to pull up again to not slam into a mountain. Time, just time. It's not terribly important.
Well, it moves around if you change altitude quite a bit, I've noticed.
Yep. Altitude is a big difference in how efficient your engine runs.
Yeah.
Mark point is how you set mark points. So you can set a mark point with the HUD, with the fire control radar, with your overfly, and with your targeting pod if your targeting pod is online and set. I think targeting pod only works in air to ground mode. So if you select, say, overfly, and then you hit TMS up, it'll immediately put in your position at that point in time. If you go and you just hit TMS up and overfly, and it'll populate a waypoint immediately.
Okay, yeah, got it.
Then HUD lets you pick one, so it'll start on your flight path marker, and then you can drag it over somewhere. And with your head-mounted queuing system, it'll also carry over to there. So if I see a target that's like way off the side and I want to hit it, I should be able to slave that marker. I guess it doesn't want to.
Yeah, mine's not changing when I try that.
It looks like it's stuck to the HUD in this. That might just be a different in Sims, but you can just put it on something, TMS up, and it'll ground stabilize, and you'll see mine's going to be really weak, really wonky because my INS is absolutely destroyed.
Yeah.
And then fire control radar, that's more for, you can mark where an air target is, but you can also more often in air to ground mode do that.
Okay.
And then fix and ACAL, not used very often.
What is fix? Oh, is fix for like INS fixing?
I don't know. I haven't used those pages ever.
I'm pretty sure it is, because there's like a Delta system and GPS. Yeah, that's gonna be for INS. You gotta overfly some sort of waypoint or something, then you press it and it'll like link up. I know because the F-14 can do with like other F-14s over like the fighter-to-fighter data link. It's really cool.
Huh.
Yeah.
I may have to look into that if I keep messing up my INS alignment.
Setting.
Then
I can also use a targeting pod to like look. Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And then there's a whole host of other pages. So we're not going to get into most of these because a fair number of them aren't important. But some of the most important ones are bingo. So you hit the list button, then you hit the number. So bingo is 2. And you can enter what your desired bingo fuel level is. Commands. This tells you, this lets you set your, what you're gonna use for your command modes. So you have your command programs if you sequence off of the bingo. And this is really complicated. I don't recommend setting it here. And if you have a custom program, you'd have to set it every time.
Yeah, that seems kind of annoying.
But the one that's really important is you go to the list page, you hit the 0 for miscellaneous, and then you hit the RCL for the HMCS page.
Which one? LARSR?
So you hit
Oh,
miscellaneous 0, and then on the RCL for the HMCS is listed as the R button. So we hit the RCL button. And then it brings us to this HMCS display.
The hood blink and the cockpit blink, yeah.
Yep, you'll hit sequence, and then course is probably all you'll really need. You could do the azimuth and elevation and roll ones if you really want a very precise one.
Yeah.
But you hit 0, you will look the crosshair into the crosshair, and you'll hold cursor enable as a button on your throttle, and you'll align. And in DCS, if you pull high Gs, you can screw up your HMCS alignment. So if you...
What button do I need to press?
Cursor, once you look at it, you hold cursor enable to align.
I don't think I have that bound. Let's see. It's not called cursor enable. Is it the enable switch?
It might just be enable.
What is that bound to? Oh god, it's on joy button 6. Oh, there we go, yeah. I have that bound. Align, okay. I can leave that page now. Wait, how do I get out of the align mode now?
While you're on that page, you have to hit 0 again.
Okay. There we go.
Alright,
Be
now...
advised, the enemy targets are at 90 degrees left, roughly 40 to 60 miles. Do ship at A10.
Well, what perfect timing, because we're ready to do missile stuff. So we're going to go MRM override mode. I suggest that you have on your right MFD the HSD, and actually I should be covering this. So
I only seem to be able to enter dogfight mode. Oh, that's because I didn't oopsie with my bindings. So that goes up. That goes down. I'm in missile override. I get the big AMRAM circle.
Yep, you'll get the big AMRAM circle. I'll also suggest that you have your horizontal situation display up. So you get that up by hitting the MFD button. You'll get this page, and you can just find the HSD option, click it, and it'll pop right up.
HSD. There we go.
You can do that again for the targeting pod.
Excellent work. We now control Takumi.
And if we can...
What's the targeting pod called?
It should just be TGP.
Okay.
And then from here, sensor of interest is a little important. So you'll notice that right now on the left MFD, there is a box around it. This white line.
Yes.
If you have DMS, if you have the display management switch bound, you can hit DMS down and it swaps it. And to control the fire control radar, you have to have it selected. And if you're not on the fire control radar, it'll say not soy because it doesn't like eating soybeans. But
no soybeans, got it.
Because
I'm seeing 2 contacts on the radar, by the way.
I am seeing nothing on radar.
I don't know what range this is. I'm on range 40, but in the lower quarter, they're between 4,000 and 20,000.
I wish I had data link right now.
They're kind of in a notch. I just checked the F10 map.
Take them out to improve our coverage in that area.
I currently have no clue where we are. Ah, here we are.
Yes. On the bottom right, yeah. I lost track because they entered the notch.
Okay, so for fire control radar with AMRAMs, you lock up a target. So you're gonna move the cursor over the radar contact, which will appear as a square with a line. You'll hit TMS up. You'll get an initial lock, which will tell you their altitude, and it will tell you some other stats like their distance will display and whatnot. And you can fire a missile in that mode, but that's not recommended. It's recommended that you hit TMS up again, so you can get a nice solid lock on them.
Well, I am way too close to this guy. I should probably be in dogfight mode right now. I literally see him out my window.
All right, so you can hit dogfight override mode, and if you've got head tracking, from there you can hit TMS up twice, and you'll get an oval on your head-mounted display, and it'll
Fox
let
2?
you lock up things.
Okay, he's flatter.
It helps my master arm is on.
Second Fox 2, looking good, looking good. Splash, he's going down, he's going down. There's a second to the left, co-altitude, 11 o'clock. Should I turn for him or?
That's up to you. You're the one
Yeah, I can
learning
kill
here.
him. I can fucking kill him, alright. He's a bit far, not quite sure his range.
If you lock them all, if you also lock them up, you'll notice the gun sight for the Falcon.
I would lock him up, but now I'm getting a no radar at the top of my head.
Yeah, so by default, when you enter MRM or dogfight mode, your radar is snoozed. If you hit TMS up, you'll get a crosshair in the center of your screen, and as soon as you put that on somebody, it'll lock them up.
Okay.
If you from the no radar, if you hit TMS up, you get the crosshair, and then you hit it again, it'll slave it to your HMCS, so you can just look out your window and go, there's that guy, he's locked up.
Oh yeah, I get a circle. Ooh, that is absolutely fantastic.
And then if you
Try
have,
shooting him.
and then if you hit cursor enable while looking at him, you'll drag the Sidewinder over to lock, and you can lock him up.
Oh, shit, I'm with this 2A10 still. You wanna get one? I'll get the other.
Box 2. Splash.
Good splash.
And without that lock as well, if you are in, if you say exhaust your Sidewinders and you've only got AMRAMs left, you can fire AMRAMs pretty easily.
How do I choose AMRAMs?
So to swap what weapon you're firing, you can just hit this multifunction display button that's under the gun.
One?
So
Under
the
the
one
gun.
that says A9X, you click it and it'll swap to the AMRAMs. You can also
refusing to fire. Yeah, now I'm on the.
You gotta lock them up, and then you gotta hold.
Okay.
You gotta press and hold the button for an AMRAM. A Sidewinder will fly off the rail the second you press the button, but most other munitions need the button pressed and hold.
Yeah. Okay. There's another A10. They keep on respawning. There's a guy right behind you.
Also, to swap what weapon you're firing, you can press and hold the missile step button.
What's the missile step? I don't think I have that bound.
The nose wheel
Splash
steering
the target
button.
behind you. Nose wheel steering. Wait, that changes the missile?
Yep.
Okay, I guess it doesn't do it because I only have like 120s like loaded.
Yeah, if you only have one weapon loaded, it can't step between them.
Okay, Fox 3, Fox 3. Looking good. He splash.
And I'm sure you've probably already noticed, but the F-16 handles quite easy. It needs virtually no rudder input. It's got a yaw damper.
Oh yeah.
So the only time I ever use rudder is on the runway, basically. I don't even use it for approach most of the time.
Yeah, it's a big difference to the F-14 because the rudder is very important there. You need it to kick the plane over when you go like vertical.
Yeah, you can use the rudder to do all sorts of stuff, but you just don't need to.
Yeah. I do notice how instant the plane turns. Like, you pull a tiny bit and it moves a lot. It's very easy to fly. It's very direct.
Fox 3.
There you go. Exploded.
I'm suddenly wondering why my
fire at us. And you're wondering about what?
I haven't actually used guns on the F-16 in DCS, and I'm noticing every time I lock up something in dogfight mode, my gun sight reticle goes away.
Let me quickly lock you up. I still have my gun sight funnel. It's still there.
Huh. Maybe I'm just blind, or I screwed something else up.
I'm gonna turn right if you wanna like try locking me and seeing if it stays. Has he stayed? You got it?
Oh, no. I assume it's the INS, because the second I get something locked, it looks like it's just flying off my HUD.
Yeah, that's probably like INS degrees or something.
Beautiful. So make sure you don't mess up your INS alignment. It's very important.
Oh, yeah.
All right, now for fire control radar, I don't think we've got any good targets to test it with, unless you want to fly around behind me and find me on your fire control radar. But the IFF is done by hitting just TMS left, and it'll scan through 4 IFF modes.
Oh, I see that the scan appears on the bottom left when it's doing it.
Yeah, you'll see the scan appear, and friendly aircraft will pop up with either a green 4, a yellow 1, or a yellow 2, and civilian aircraft are a yellow 3. Not that that ever will pop up, most likely.
Okay, for some reason I can't change. It's because I'm slaved? I'm not slaved anymore. I can't change my elevation for some reason.
Your elevation?
Yeah, on the radar.
Oh,
Use it to move up or down.
Are you in dogfight mode?
Not anymore. But it still doesn't move.
It should
I
move
can move
up
the
and
cursor,
down.
but I can't move irrelevant. Let me double check my binding. It apparently decided to unbind itself. That is
Oof. That's an oof.
Why did it unbind itself? Wait. I have 2 counterclockwise and 2 count. Why have I got 2 of the same bindings? I'm either yellow. Okay, well, I think my DCS bugged out, but I rebound it. Everything seems fine. I can look around now.
This is fine.
So, well, I bound them backwards. That's left. That one's right. Okay, so what is CRM? The top left.
Shaft flare.
CRM, so that is your radar mode. Hi Seb, thank you for the raid. How are you? How was Subnautica? CRM is your radar mode. So if you click it, and I've got MFDs up, so I keep clicking those instead of clicking it. But if you click the CRM button, you'll see you've got CRM, you've got ACM. So CRM is like combined radar mode.
Yeah.
ACM is air combat mode. So that air combat mode is the mode we saw. Yeah, it's what we saw in dogfight mode. It's off until you TMS up, and then it'll lock the first thing that it sees.
Caution.
Okay.
Caution.
GM is ground mode. GMT is ground mode terrain. So it'll display terrain a little bit better. C is for trying to find C targets. BCN.
Could have guessed.
BCN I have not found a use for, and then standby just turns it to snooze.
Okay. So I put it into snooze. Can I unsnooze it? Okay,
I mean,
then click for override, it goes back to normal. So the next one's range while scan, track while scan, and VSR. Is that like velocity search or something?
Yeah, so velocity search will return contacts that are coming really close to you.
Okay.
Range while scan is the main search mode. It will return as many contacts as possible. If you hit TMS right and hold it, you'll swap to TWS mode, track while scan. Track while scan will allow you to lock up multiple targets, and then with a TMS right, you'll be able to swap between which target you're locked onto, and you can lock up to 6 targets in that. And then you can...
That's quite a lot.
Yeah, and then you can fire up to 6 missiles at different targets. But the downside is that in track while scan mode, your data link to the missile is significantly degraded and it doesn't work great. So your missile accuracy is lower.
Yeah, single target versus track while scan, yeah. It's the same in like every plane, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. And I'm sure...
Does RWS have IFF, by the way? Or is that only a track while scan thing?
Track while scan and range while search both have it. So you can IFF targets in any case.
Yeah, in the F-14, range while scan doesn't exactly have it that easy in range while scan.
Now, I don't know if you now have this, but somebody decided to transmit us a air-to-ground data link
Mark point 500 data, yeah.
So the way you get rid of that is with this switch up here. So it's got norm, drift cutout, and warn reset. If you flip that down to warn reset, it gets rid of that.
Okay.
The drift cutout will cut out your wind drift from your HUD.
Okay.
Which can be useful if you're flying with a super absurd crosswind.
Yeah.
And then I think another important thing to teach you right now, because we were probably we're probably burned through our wing tanks, is how to jettison your tanks. So
My externals are all empty.
So there are 2 ways to jettison the tanks. If you're in air-to-air mode, you can just smash the emergency stores jettison, but that will jettison your tanks and all air-to-ground munitions, as well as their racks.
Okay.
The quote-unquote proper way to do it is to hit the SMS button, hit the SJ button, and then your jettisonable munitions will pop up here.
Select them, yep.
You select the MFD button next to them. You make sure your master arm is on when they're selected, and then you hold the pickle button and you'll drop them.
Okay. They are dropped. Tank's gone.
You cannot jettison air-to-air munitions, except you can just fire them off into the ground, and that works.
Okay.
Because a Sidewinder and an AMRAM that are fired off without a target on launch are supposed to not lock anything.
Well, AMRAMs are actually active, I'm pretty sure, if you fire them, so...
Yeah, they're if you fire one without a lock, at least initially, it's supposed to just go dumb and not do anything.
Okay.
It's supposed to. I don't know how everything treats
sure
it.
They just go active if you fire them, like, without a lock, so they'll see the first thing and lock onto it.
That is, I would assume that's generally how they act, because it's best to assume.
That's every other plane, and I doubt it's different here, so that is what they do.
Next up, I have to...
Have you done ball siphon before? There you go, some helpful people in the chat.
293.
Yeah, they launch Mad Dog if you launch Mad Lock. Which is useful for, like, quick defending. If you just, like, need to get something off. How much fuel do you have, by the way?
I have 5,000 pounds of fuel, and I'm going to be heading back to the airfield. That, or I can just punch out because my INS is going to be... I'm going to have to pick a new plane anyway.
Well, I at least want to land, and you get to judge my landing.
Yeah. Landing, an F-16.
I'm a slave, it will never lock. 4 is your Mad Dog. Okay, Exxon.
Yep.
So, I go to the ILS page, or the Taken page. Do we have a Taken for the
Yep.
place we're going to?
It is 31. So if you click on that, you should see it, 31 X-ray. So we've got 31, make sure the band is X-ray, and then
Yes.
you can hit sequence to switch between TR and AA. So we want TR mode to be able to get information. And I'm seeing...
Then, is it the blue arrow? It's a blue arrow, right, on the...
Yeah, it is. It should be the outermost blue arrow that directs you home. My plane clearly has issues navigating.
I think the outer blue arrow is moving with me.
We might just be out of range because DCS does have limits on TACAN range, and there is line of sight obstructions.
Okay.
Is my INS okay? Nope, my INS is not okay.
The student has an okay INS. It's only off by 5 meters, but the teacher, the INS, has drank a bit too much.
I think I'm off by 157 is my system delta. So mine is messed up.
Not where my INS delta is.
In the
Six.
fix page.
Oh, the fix page. Let me return list. Where's fix? Oh, it's not in the. Why won't you enter the fix page? It doesn't want to enter the fix page.
You have to be on the main page to enter another page. So just hit return and then hit fix and it should do it.
Everything but my fix page will load.
Huh.
So, maybe it's because I have Taken turned on or something. I don't know.
You can understand the positional drift being off, but would that affect the FPM? I don't think it should, but apparently DCS thinks it should, so this is what I have to live with. And this isn't the first time this has happened. I routinely manage to mess up my INS by forgetting which direction I have to click. If I turn it off, it just stays off and is awful.
Someone's going into Carrier Land. I wish him some good luck.
In-flight align? I do not have the patience for an in-flight align. It's like fly on one heading for 4 minutes and then do a 90-degree turn, and I don't want to deal with that if that's how you have to do it.
You want to put 90 degrees to your right, I believe.
I can navigate just fine with the F10 map and the or the
Oh, wait, who the hell's in front of me? This
TACAN.
isn't you. This is another F-16.
Liam Schmidt.
Who he is? Why is he out here?
You're probably wondering why we're out here.
Well, we're chilling out here. Well, I'm chilling out here. I went way too fucking far.
Just a bit.
Just a tiny bit. Yeah, I am past the map border. I see the map border where it's like a very straight bit of texture, which is very apparent.
Yeah, we don't even have terrain over there.
It's just flat.
It's a scary area.
There's nowhere to hide over here. Liam guy is, he seems to be attempting to form up on me.
He might be a viewer.
He might be, yes. There you go. I lost track of him.
Okay, let me dig through my syllabus and see if there's anything else that is important to cover.
Okey-dokey. I mean, yeah, we have quite a long flight ahead of us.
This is a great time to use the autopilot. Thankfully, heading select still works. Although my HSD says I'm going straight north right now, or HSI says I'm going straight north, which I am certainly not. I have a suspicion it's going to drift.
Well, I now get to lock an A10 on my way home.
You get to test out your IFF?
Well, I would, but he started notching me because he doesn't appreciate being locked. Which is fully understandable. I feel the same way.
Alright.
Look at that! That F-16 is trying to form upon me.
Aw, how cute.
Yeah. I bet he's gonna try and shoot me.
Alright, I'm gonna run and I have to adult and get my laundry while this F-16 hopefully flies in a straight line, so I will be back in a minute.
I will keep you updated on how you are flying.
Thank you.
Okey-dokey. He is flying in a straight line still. That is fantastic. Let's hope that his plane doesn't crash on its own. Meanwhile, there is a guy right behind me. I think the ghosts have possessed Mikha's model right now.
I'm back.
That is slightly concerning. Hello. As he was coming back, your model was like possessed by demons or something. You should probably get that checked out.
My camera faces directly at my door that I had to go through, so it was grabbing it as. Okay,
the
so
guy is still forming up on me, by the way. He's taking his time.
Yeah, I have determined that my INS is drifting so bad that I will fly in circles if I stay on autopilot course select.
Now look at that chair. Is that chair even comfy? Like, why is it hairy?
It seems like it'd be uncomfortably warm.
Yeah. I mean, you are in a flight suit, so I doubt you'd feel it, but still, it's like... Oh, did you remember to arm your seat, by the way?
Yes, I did.
Oh, I forgot, I just armed it now.
If you don't arm your seat, you'll get warnings here.
Oh, I probably dismissed that warning a long time ago.
If you dismiss the warning with the by hitting the warning button, it'll still pop a warning up here, and it'll pop back up every unspecified amount of time. I don't remember how long it takes.
Also, the F-16 that was trying to form with me magically vanished. He disconnected. That's a shame.
Oof. But if you ever do get an error that you're like, okay, I've got this error and I don't care about it, what you can do is you can either go to the test page and you can clear it, or you can hit the FAQ button.
Okay, I saw that. It looks a lot. It reminds me of fuck. Why is there a fuck button on my plane?
It's fault acknowledge.
Oh, okay.
And anytime you have to hit it, you go, ah, fuck.
Oh, fuck.
And then
So if I don't save that, it doesn't work, right?
yeah, it doesn't work.
Okay. I have
But
to save it every time.
if you do manage to get an error, a significant error, like I don't know, if your stores, if one of your pylons is screwed,
failure.
yeah,
That'd be a big one. Yeah.
it'll pop up a light here telling you which errors you've got, and then it'll highlight some of the errors here for more information. So like I've had SMS stores failures where it's like, oh yes, this pylon is now degraded, and sometimes it means that the pylon doesn't work.
Yeah. Well, in case of emergency, I just stay calm. I sit back and I think about what the fuck I'm going to do.
While we're at it, why don't we talk about the F-16 and in-flight emergencies?
Yeah, sure.
So, engine fire checklist.
Yes.
Eject. You're a single engine aircraft with no fire handles. Eject.
Wait, really? There's no
Yeah.
fire extinguisher? Oh god.
Yeah, there is no fire extinguisher. If your engine is on fire, you just eject. There's nothing else you're gonna do about it.
Okay.
Engine failure, you check if your fuel source is on normal, because maybe you pulled some negative G's and your fuel source got knocked off for some reason.
Yeah.
If your RPM is too low, then you will hit start 2. Yeah, or you'll throttle back to cut off start 2. Once you get to 20% RPM, throttle back up, and it should go. But typically, it's pretty hard to get to that point. Gear failure. So if your landing gear comes down and you've got 2 but not a 3rd, you can hit this Alt gear release button, and it'll release your gear.
Yeah. So, a fun fact. The first time I ever took off in this plane, I couldn't get my gears up, and that's because the gear by default is bound to the second lever, and you have to press a button in the middle. So, I know all about that little, like, stupid secondary release lever.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
So if you use that, you will lose nose wheel steering, I believe. I haven't tried it in DCS, but that's what manuals I've read say.
I'm pretty sure I still had nose wheel steering when it happened, so DCS thing, I guess.
Okay. It could just be like some manuals DCS uses, some manuals are export F-16 variants, so it can vary.
Yeah.
Flame out landing, landing with unsaved gear. So if you still can't get 3 greens, if you have drop tanks that are empty, just go in for an unsafe gear landing or a belly landing and try to be soft.
Okay.
If you do not have wing tanks, eject,
Really?
because you will roll on landing.
No.
The F-16 is not a forgiving aircraft for emergencies.
Yeah. It's, I mean, it gives no perspective to it, because, you know the Jeff, right? People fly that thing for some reason. It's not a bad plane, but I do think the F-16 is better, but that also has no emergency systems. And people often said the F-16 is better because it has emergency systems. I'm now learning that there's no emergency systems here.
There's very limited. You
Yeah.
do have a capability to dead stick land the F-16, so if you lose your engine power and you have to land it, you've got your EPU, it should kick on automatically. If not, you can turn it on with the switch on the bottom left. You'll only get basically the HUD, TACAN, and emergency radio, and your flight control system, of course, and a couple other emergency systems.
Okay.
Then I don't remember if the gear switch works or not, but you have to use this Alt Flaps Extend switch to get your flaps out in that case, because they will not drop with your gear.
Okay.
And once your EPU fuel is about to run out, just punch out, because once that's gone, you lose capability to control the aircraft at all.
Yeah. So, what happens if my hydraulics has an issue? Is there any manual way to like pump the hydraulics, or am I just like eject?
So fun story. So we covered that the hydraulics are powered by the jet fuel start bottles.
Okay.
And so there is a manual way to pump those up on the ground.
Okay. Oh, on the ground. On the ground. Yeah, yeah. It's manual way. Oh, that's fantastic on the ground. Oh shit. Yeah, that's Okay. Okay. So yeah. So, ejecting is something that's gonna happen quite a bit often.
Yeah, basically if you have any problems, you just end up ejecting.
Well, at least I'm not getting billed for, you know, for playing.
Yeah. And then F-16 landing, I assume you have some knowledge of it. I don't know if my HUD is going to cooperate with me to show the proper landing, so I'm going to have to do it by the seat of my pants.
Yeah, I kind of just I come in shallower, like maybe like 2 degrees, 3 degrees. I come in shallow, I flare at the end, back wheels touch down, I lower the throttle all the way, air brake out, I hold it back a bit, the nose starts to drop, and then I put the brakes on.
Yeah, so when you drop your gear, you'll get that bracket and another dashed line between 0 and 5 degrees pitch down.
Oh yeah.
So to land it properly, you put the new dash line, which is a 2.5 degree pitch down line. You put that on the runway threshold. Then you put your flight path marker on that line, and then you bring the bracket up to the flight path marker so that you're either so you're pretty much in the top half of that bracket is ideal.
Yeah.
And then you flare to the bottom of that bracket just before touchdown.
Okay.
And that's the harder part that'll take some getting used to, but if you follow that to the ground, worst case you'll bounce a little bit because you'll have some lift. Oh, and you typically put your speed brakes out on landing because it gets you a little bit more drag and your engine will be at higher RPM, so it'll spool faster.
Yeah. But isn't this game just pretty sometimes?
This game is very pretty, and it's been running quite nice today.
Oh yeah, the update kind of fixed all the issues I had.
Oh, and don't drop your gear above 300. And why did my gear proceed to have a failure? Oh, no, it's all down and locked. Okay. And I'm gonna have to...
I was about to say, why is my game, like, at only 120, but I realized my PC was on power saver.
I wish we had Pappy lights. I could land pretty easily then. What I'm gonna have to do is entirely by view.
It's a square. You can see the square.
No, Pappy lights tell you your glide slope angle.
Oh.
And so most commercial airliners will use I think it's a 3-degree glide slope, which is 2 whites and 2 reds.
Okay.
But the F-16 uses 1 white and 3 reds generally, and you don't want to go any lower. If something has Pappy lights, you don't usually want to go lower than that. Because if you do, that last one is typically warning you of terrain clearance.
Okay.
And depending on how many missiles you have left and how much fuel you have left, you should be coming in for a pretty light landing.
I'll just fight off an AMRAAM because it'll help my trim a bit. I'm too lazy to trim.
AOA is at 10 degrees. Oh.
So, return.
I'm gonna just do a sloppy landing here.
Was it cruise? It's cruise.
Ah, in the touchdown zone.
So, I'm going to land with 200 pounds of fuel.
That's fine.
It means like I don't get a second chance.
Yep, no second chances.
Optimal altitude 40,000. I'm gonna slowly climb.
Yeah.
Is there any way to like set altitude for the autopilot or no?
Nope. There's just altitude hold or attitude hold. And typically, when you're at altitude already and your goal is to climb to an optimal altitude, you set speed first and then climb. I think it is.
Okay.
Or no, you climb until you hit your speed, and then you maintain that speed in the climb. Sorry.
Well, fuel is rapidly counting down.
Make sure you're not an afterburner.
My
Because-
fuel flow is on like 4,400. Probably I'm getting less fuel efficient for some reason.
Well, higher
So
RPM is
170.
less fuel efficient, and faster is less fuel efficient.
Yeah, around 360 knots.
Typically, it wants you to cruise as high as possible and as slow as possible.
Okay. £2,400. 40 nautical miles. I think I'll be fine. Like 30k, so I can glide anyway.
People will say that the F-16 is an aircraft with a very, very short range. If you know how to pilot it and you have patience, you can actually fly it quite far.
Yeah, there's like that meme about the person who flies the F-16 with like 3 tanks and runs out of fuel 30 seconds like into the flight because...
Yeah, if you take off with internal fuel only and you hit full afterburner, you will be at bingo fuel in like 5 minutes at low alts. But I have flown across Korea after being on bingo fuel, so you can absolutely make it quite far. How do I view someone? That's how. Yeah, it's very fuel efficient if flown properly. It's very fuel inefficient when you are loaded with air-to-ground weapons. So you'll take off with like 10,000 pounds of fuel. You'll use all but your bingo fuel flying to a target, drop your weapons, and then you'll fly back with like 3,000 or 4,000 pounds of fuel, no problem.
I'm gonna slowly descend. My trim isn't the best, but we'll see on points.
Yeah, drag kills, so drop those tanks when you don't need them. Depending on whether or not your mission counts them.
Well, if you plan an emergency, you might want to keep the tanks. You know, a planned emergency. Don't you just love those?
Yeah, if you plan to have your landing gear not work, you might want to keep your
Yeah.
tanks.
Like, foresight never hurts. Descending slightly too fast. Attitude hold. Ah, there we go. That's what I needed.
All right. Next up, do you want to learn about harms, or do you want to learn about general purpose and GPS bombs?
Let's try lasers first. Laser guided bombs.
Laser guided bombs. You gotta learn regular bombs first.
Oh, regular bombs? Fine. Sure. We'll start with regular bombs. But not so smart bombs.
Well, we can just actually grab triple ejector rack with 3 Mark 80. Wait, was that?
Oh, I know way too high. I'm almost here, but I'm almost down for my landing. Just gotta find my runway. Like 12 miles off my nose. There's a cloud. I think it's right behind this cloud. Oh yeah, there's the hill. I know that hill. The F-16 is following me again.
How dare he? You should shoot him down.
Oh, you know, the gun funnel is something I am not great at.
The gun funnel, for the most part, you can ignore it if you have a radar lock, because it'll give you a dot, and you just put the dot on the target and you shoot. Okay. But if you don't have that, if you like say are coming up on a target and you don't want to give them a radar warning receiver notification, what you can do is you go to your list page, manual, and you can input the wingspan of the target if you know them.
Yeah.
And then you put the gun funnel on it where their wings touch the funnel and shoot, and that should hit.
Turn my master arm off. There we go.
Psh, master arm off. Who turns that off ever?
I like to be like fenced out when I don't need it.
I'm a little bad about fencing out.
Yeah. Okay. I should be above you right about now. If you look up, you'll see me.
I see ya. Whoosh. You're going for an overhead break?
Yeah.
Typically, it's in the F-16, I believe it is flown at 1,500 feet above the airfield.
Like 800.
Flying at... I just saw an A-10 take off on the taxiway. Ah, yeah. And smack into a tree and die. Ah, yeah.
Like, really?
Yeah. There's his remains.
Still going kind of fast. See, I'm still not kind of used to how instantaneous like this plane flies.
Oh,
to be
yeah.
F-14, you gotta like pull it a bit and just like hold it there.
Yeah, the F-16 even, you know, and I'll say a lot that there's differences between this and the other sim that throw me. One of the things that often throws me is just how faster this is, because the other sim I play is built around the Block 50, which is a different engine with less thrust, and this is built around the 52, which has quite a fair bit amount more thrust, and I think also just DCS has less drag on the aircraft, which makes the F-16 a lot more pleasant to fly.
Yeah.
It just goes. It should be a Block 52. I wonder if there's actually like a nameplate anywhere.
I'm really looking for 270 for the runway. Yeah, I think I am.
It should tell you if you click on it.
I did a very long final because I pressed the
27 and 9, so 270.
Okay. I overshot it a bit, but it's fine. I got it long in the final.
Oh, Block 50, huh? Or maybe I'm confusing the 50 and the 52.
The trick is to always be confused.
And then once you land, we can just grab the triple ejector racks with 2 laser guided bombs each, because we can use these as dumb bombs.
Okay.
The 52 said Pratt and Whitney. I can't keep all these numbers straight, guys. There's so many. There's so many different blocks of everything.
I guess my home base is set wrong.
Oh yeah, the home waypoint will be set. You have to set the waypoint in there. So I think it defaults to 0, and we're at steer point 1, I think.
Yeah, it does say 0. Like
yeah, Sanaki is 1. So it
Touchdown,
probably has you somewhere else.
40 knots, straight down on the nose.
If you want to be fancy, you hold the nose up and aero brake. but that is not.
140 was very slow. I don't think I could aero brake. Oh, there's somebody else. Oh, they're drifting out right in front of me. They're doing a Tokyo drift. Oh god.
Yeah. Don't aero brake on short runways because aero braking will increase your stopping distance.
Yeah, but it makes it softer. So the F-16 that was following me kind of wiped out. I didn't actually know he was landing beside me. That was maybe he panicked because I was kind of landing center and I didn't know he was there. But there was no collision. I lived. He died.
The aero braking is done after your rear wheels are down, and you just hold the attitude to slow you down. Yeah. It doesn't really make it softer. It's done as a way of showing off your piloting skill, and in real life, supposedly, from what I've been told, it reduces the wear on the brakes because you don't use the brakes as much, and your crew chief doesn't hate you as much.
Oh, okay.
But you don't use it in adverse weather and on short fields because it lengthens your stopping distance.
Yeah.
All right, now the next thing with the laser guided bombs, I'm not gonna bother fixing it, but our laser code for the bombs is by default 1688, and you have to have the engine off to change that, which is a little bit of a pain.
Are you two parked or did you spawn there?
I spawned here.
Okay.
You probably could park it here. The F-16 can turn quite well.
I parked there and someone spawned inside me before and it wasn't a pleasurable experience.
It sounds very not pleasurable.
Yeah. Okay, parking brake on. Refuel. So what am I taking? Which bombs?
So grab yourself 2 AMRAAMs, 2 Sidewinders, because those pylons can't fit anything but air-to-air missiles, and then grab the triple ejector rack with the 500-pound laser-guided bombs.
Which ones do those go on? The inner ones?
So pylons 7 and 3.
Okay. Which bombs? GBU-12s or?
They are... Is it going to tell me what they are? GBU-12s, yes.
I can only see 2 pair of those.
Yep, so it'll be a TER-9A with 2. The triple ejector rack with only 2.
Yes.
Make sure you have your lightning targeting pod.
I do.
And
I actually looked at that earlier. It's really cool.
Yeah, it is really nice. If you have the pinky switch bound when you're in the targeting pod view, you swap FOVs so you can get closer and further away.
What's the pinky called in the controls?
I don't know. Pinky switch, maybe?
I don't think I have it bound. Enable switch?
Expand FOV button. Which is accurate because that's what it does. It does that as well on your fire control radar and on your
I have that. Yo, I have that bound. It's modifier and the on page and modifier.
Yeah, if it's
I also have it bound on like an analog to zoom in and out. Like a slider. I put that on.
The expand FOV button.
Wait, what does the expand FOV button do?
So
it enables the zoom modes or bigger zoom modes.
Yeah, so if you look at like my fire control radar here on stream,
yeah,
if I hit it, I'll have an expand mode. Or if I come over here, it'll expand. It's used to adjust FOV so you can see things a little easier. So like if there's 5 radar contacts all right on top of each other, you can expand and pick them out. Or you can zoom in and zoom out the fire control radar or targeting pod.
You're like something's wrong with my controls here. How come I can't change the sensor of interest?
You got a DMS down to swap it.
Damn, it's not doing anything.
But if you've got a page up that is not a sensor of interest, you can select. It'll be locked to the one that is there.
Okay. So, targeting pods. Is it because my radar's turned off from on the ground a bit or something?
It shouldn't be.
It's not changing between the two, which is unusual.
If your DMS down isn't working, what you can do is you should be able to swap. Oh, no, that's not gonna let
neither
me.
of my screens are now center of interest.
That usually means that your HUD is the sensor of interest.
Okay.
And unless you're on two pages that can't be sensor of interest.
Nope, I'm on the radar on the left and the targeting pod on the right. And it stopped working. Oh, now it started working. Is it because I was rearming?
It might be, because sometimes it pops like the targeting pod off and pops it back on.
Okay, my targeting pod is a black screen with nuts soy on it now.
Mine just says it's off.
Ah. It might be warming up or something. I'm not too sure.
Normally it'll display not timed out.
Is this a DCS moment or am I doing something wrong?
I haven't had this problem before, usually.
My targeting pod is now the center of interest. Yeah, I can't move it onto my radar, but my radar's in standby, so I'm guessing that might be why.
Yeah, that can be it.
Yeah. My targeting pod is a black screen.
Another switch that you might find useful is up on the front panel near the master arm. There's the RF switch that has norm, quiet, and silent. So normal means that everything's on. Quiet means that the FCR is going to be put into standby mode, so it won't be emitting. And but in quiet mode, your radar altimeter will still work and your IFF will still respond. But in silent mode, neither of those will respond.
Okay then.
If you want to do some sneaky stuff.
Yeah. But won't like your friends kind of see you being sneaky and like try and shoot you?
Yes, because DCS ROE on most servers is if it's not friendly, you shoot it. Or if it doesn't respond with friendly IFF, you shoot.
I don't even think they care about that, honestly.
Yeah, most of the time, not even.
Yeah, I think they just shoot anything they see, as, you know. The people who didn't learn that the F-15 has IFF, because everyone kind of just launched missiles first and found out later that they have to hold a button to see if it's a friend or not.
Yeah, it's a little important.
Just a little.
Now, about those laser-guided bombs.
Yeah.
So, normally, when you're on your startup, and I need to add this to my habit for startup, if you hit right shift K and bring up your keyboard, you'll get the keybinds to swap your laser codes.
Okay.
It's like right shift, right, alt, and then 9. But it doesn't work while your engine is on for whatever reason.
That just seems more annoying than anything.
Yeah, it's I've been told it's specifically if your engine RPM is above 5%. Which I would think they could just make it when your weight on wheels is on, you can change it.
Yeah.
Or when it's stationary.
Yeah. I feel like it's different in every plane.
Yeah, but then to set the laser code on your actual laser, you want to go to the list page, miscellaneous,
List, misc,
number 5 for laser, and you'll set your targeting pod code. So 1688 is the default. Your laser spot code, 1688. That's fine.
Is that for laser search?
That's laser spot track.
Oh, what's that for?
So if we're flying around and I'm like, hey, I've got this target here, and you want to see it, if you put the laser spot track code to be my laser,
okay.
you can track my laser.
Yeah, that's There's something like that on the JF, but I think it's locked to the same laser code you're using, so it's less useful. This is actually kind of super useful, because you can, like, look at somebody else's lays and, like, lays your own.
Yep.
That's good.
Or you can drop your own bombs on that if you've got, like, dumb bombs or GPS. Then next here is the laser spot track time. This is supposed to be the time before impact that the laser turns on if it's in auto mode. Otherwise, this might be the time that the laser is illuminated for after you release. I've been told auto lays in DCS doesn't work. I don't know what to believe. So in DCS, I just, whenever I release laser guided weapons, I hold and release the first trigger detent, which fires the laser until the bombs hit.
Do I have a first trigger detent? I don't. How important
Does work.
is that?
Does work, says Ratty. Okay. Because
Okay.
I know this module came out and there's a lot of stuff that didn't work, but people still say it doesn't work, so it's hard to know.
Okay.
Works, but you need to hold weapon release.
Why are there so many F-16s here? It's like a whole party here.
And then on the left here, laser arm, you gotta have that on for the laser to work.
Yes.
Then air to ground mode. So the different, I'm gonna try to basically go through all air to ground weapons here. We're gonna be a little different from GPS weapons. So the difference if we had GPS guided weapons is that it would just say like ready GPS weapon, whatever the GBU is, and then there'd be power off and you'd hit a button to turn it on.
Yeah.
And then whatever you set as your waypoint or you target, that'll guide in.
Okay.
For laser guided, it's pretty much the same as a dumb bomb though. So you've got one single, you can say one pair, you can set however many you want to release at once. You can set your release spacing, so how far apart the releases will be on your impulse. So if we wanted to drop 2, you can do that and it'll drop 2 single 10 feet apart. That is probably not terribly useful for laser guided bombs since we want to hit one target with them. Then you have your control, and this will tell you the arming delay, and there will be 2 arming delays. Those 2-second one option is pretty good. I just picked that. In real life, we would care about it if we were doing low altitude drops and didn't want to blow up our planes, but most of the time we probably don't care enough about it.
Okay.
And we also don't really have tables of minimum arming delay for certain weapons.
Yeah.
So the 2-second one just means that even at low altitudes, you'll be able to have the weapon arm before it hits most of the time.
Okay. So how do I set this up again? Because I was kind of watching and I forgot the initial menu.
So if you enter air to ground mode and you hit the SMS page, you'll be right here.
Wait, how do I enter air to ground mode?
You hit the A-G button up on the front console.
Oh yeah, okay, I got it. So when I go to the store page,
the SMS page, you'll have your GBUs, and if you had other ground weapons, you could toggle through it with hitting this button.
mine looks slightly different to yours.
Does it?
Yes.
What's different?
Mine's a different menu. Hit air to ground. I go to my stores. Am I stupid here? I'm not too sure.
Did you get the like Christmas tree page?
Yeah, I got the like the Christmas tree looking like. Well,
Then that meant you're in. That would mean you're in nav mode, and on the HUD here, your current mode is displayed in the bottom left here, so you can get dogfight, MRM,
Actually, mine
MRM,
says 2 hob at the bottom. Oh, now I'm in CCIP.
and then
mode.
CCIP.
Okay,
Yep.
now I have it. Yeah. Okay. So I got the GB12s.
Yeah. So we probably won't be changing any of these for now, but if you wanted to like drop 6
Single, 10-foot,
bombs in one run, you can set it up to ripple 6 and set your spacing.
Okay. Well, that's both like the dumb bomb with like the clusters or whatever. I'm pretty sure.
Yep. And then next up, if you want to use your gun, you hit this AG button and it'll pick the gun and your gun is ready.
Okay.
And it'll give you a gun strafe reticle when you're actually in the air.
Yeah.
Then next up to the right of that, there's the CCIP button. So this is the mode selection. The only modes we really care about are CCIP, which is constantly calculated impact point, CCRP, constantly calculated release point, and then dive toss.
Ah.
The lad and man are typically not used too often because they're very niche. Manual is a backup, which will just give you manual sights if you're in the air that you'd have to use with a dive table.
Yeah.
But for the differences, CCIP is basically dive bombing, and
Yeah.
at altitude, if you go right into CCIP right now, you'll see that you've got an indicator, and it's probably going to be jittering all around because you're sitting on the ground, but there will be a straight line down to a circle with a dot. The circle with the dot is where your bombs are going to land.
Yep. It's like
Then
a bucket as well.
you'll see a little bucket that's jittering up and down. That is your arming. So it lets you know how close your weapons are to arming before impact. So
Really? I thought it was for like ground collisions.
the little one that's
someone
hovering like
told me
this.
that.
No, that's supposed to tell you if your bombs will arm or not. And if you're too low for
Okay.
your bombs to arm while you're in the air, it'll display low next to your flight path marker,
Okay.
and that won't be visible. So it'll let you know like, how much clearance you have for the bombs to arm and whatnot, and whether or not you're at a safe altitude if you picked a sane arming time, which we have not.
Yeah.
CCRP is you pick a target on the ground. You either found it with your targeting pod, your fire control radar, or you input the coordinates manually, and then it'll give you this vertical line to steer to.
Yeah.
And we can go over
hold
some
it.
of the other finer details of that when we get in the air and we try it out.
Okey-dokey.
Dive toss is really great for trying to get like pop-up targets, or I say really more of visual targets that targets you're acquiring visually that you can't dive on.
Yeah.
So like if I'm flying really low and I've got snake eyes, which are the high drag bombs, and I see a target up ahead that I want to hit, I'll use dive toss, which will give you, it's a little hard to see right now, but there's right on my flight path marker, there is a box. If I hit, if I start using my radar cursor, currently the HUD is sensor of interest, and I've got this box I can slew around. And then if I hit TMS up, it'll ground stabilize and I can still slew it. And then we'll get a Q that's the same as CCRP. And then you can just level bomb that.
Yeah. Okey-dokey.
Dive toss is
Can I
good
go use the
for...
bathroom real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I'll be right back.
How's it going, everybody? Throwing some good Falcon information out at you. Now, granted, I am not an F-16 expert, and I do not claim to be an F-16 expert. It's just the aircraft I know very well, and I know quite a few systems on it, with a couple gaps in knowledge. One day, I will join the formidable club of knowing how to use man-in-the-loop weapons with the F-16, but alas, that will have to not be in DCS. Man, we're gonna have to find a target to bomb that doesn't have SAMs. Enjoyed listening to the explanations. That's good to hear. As I said at the start, I've wanted to do a flight college, but what has stopped me is I wanted to start in order, and I wanted to start with tail draggers. Did I tune to the correct type of tanker? We are not doing tanking. So I can do air-to-air refueling in the other sim. DCS, I don't know the specifics and I don't care to learn quite yet. I'll learn it one day. I just haven't gotten around to figuring out, like, okay, do I need to have my air refueling lights on? Is there a specific state my lights need to be in? What radio frequencies? What's the procedure for call-in? It varies a little bit from what I know, so I don't want to do it quite yet, and I haven't even need to. What aircraft and tanker type? I'm used to the F-16 in Falcon BMS. Tankers, yeah, that's the other thing that scares me, because like everyone who's done it in both has said that it's way easier in BMS because the tanker actually wants to win the war. Oh, that was for Ratty? Okay. But now I'm stuck with the problem of we need to find something to bomb. We could just bomb a UN outpost, right? A couple stationary T-90s isn't a terrible idea.
Yuki, you're back. Hello, how's it going?
Good. I'm trying to figure out what target we want to hit.
Yuki. Well, we can hit anything.
Are these SA6s active? Yes.
There's also some angry air targets around there.
Yeah, this would just be a little easier if we had a free target to hit.
I mean, the A-10s don't shoot back, I'm pretty sure.
I don't want to punch in coordinates manually. I didn't see your landing with Shark. The one where you spun out, Kevin? Yeah, I saw it.
Wait, was that you? Yeah, you kind of spun out. That was, that was suboptimal, let's just say.
All right, I guess we're going to learn how to punch in coordinates manually.
Okay.
So the format you want is the one that says like north, first number, degree, second number with a decimal, because that's the one that the F-16 takes. And I'm just
41 degree 36.8 or whatever.
Yeah, and I'm gonna put it in manually. We're not gonna have precise enough of a coordinate to drop bombs on, but it'll get us close enough that we can just find them with our targeting pod.
There's a mod called The Way where you can point a circle on the map, press a button, it copies the coordinates in for you. Do you not have that?
For the love of God, could you send me it sometime? I've been just typing them in on my phone.
Yeah, like, it's really cool. I'll just put it in your DMs right now.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you literally like line it up, press a button, it just puts it straight in. And that's an overlay toggle, so you still have it on your screen when you're in the cockpit.
East 044 -59651 and then 1466 feet. All right, so then we need to actually, what waypoint can we put this in? 15 should be fine. So I'm going to go to steer point, and I'm going to go to 15, and we see that we've...
Steer point, that's in the list, right?
Steer point is right here up front. It's button 4.
Oh, I am blind sometimes.
Caution.
Okay.
Caution.
Hey,
Which
Azul, thank you
waypoint are
for the
we going
follow.
to? What's a good waypoint
So
number?
I'm going to the that training area with those A10s again, so we can just bomb some of the stationary targets like the T-72s there. And there's no surface-to-air missiles to bother us yet. So I'm gonna put in, and on the F-16, how you have to put this in is first, for the latitude, you have to enter north or south. So you hit north and it'll put in N, and then you put 4137047. And if it's all good, it'll take it. If it's not, it'll blink at you.
36842. Enter. That's good. Down to the next one.
You got 4137047.
4136842. Mine's slightly below yours. Mine's straight on top of targets.
And then for east, again, you have to hit east. Then your first part has to be 3 digits. So instead of just 440044,
positive or negative.
then 59651. Elevation 1466.
Yep, mine is set. Waypoint 24.
Yep, and then just do that. And oh, another thing is probably won't come up too much, but when you're in the steer point menu, you'll notice that there's a man option here.
Yeah.
If you hit sequence, does that not actually work?
Mine doesn't do it. If you hit sequence, nothing happens.
I guess that isn't a thing in this.
Yes.
Well then. But that's supposed to auto increment waypoints as you fly over them. It's not terribly important since we don't have flight planning. But if you've got like a whole flight plan of waypoints, it's useful because you could just autopilot and the plane will fly itself through them all. Otherwise, when you get to a waypoint with the F-16's autopilot, it'll just start circling.
Yeah.
They changed it. Well, all the manuals I've read say that you hit steer point and you just Stopper to highlight manual. And granted, the sim that I play, I think pretty much uses Greek Air Force manuals instead of whatever DCS has. So there's possibilities of difference in software between the two.
So you hit 0. No, that's so good. How did you get to the manual to auto? How did you do that?
I had to hit down, and then I selected it, and then 0 to swap.
Well, I pressed down, and that doesn't ever select it.
To up and down on this.
Yeah, mine never selects the manual thing.
Huh.
Oh, that's weird.
It's
not too big a deal.
If you swap your steer point to say 4, does it then work? Because it might be.
Oh yeah, it might because I don't have like a waypoint after it. Let's have a look.
I don't.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that works on number 4.
So
I don't have a waypoint 26, which is probably why.
So the F-16 also has a little bit of a quirk. There's an entire table of what waypoints are supposed to be.
Yeah.
And it's like 1 through something. 1 through like 22, I think, is for waypoints. And then there's another section that's for like weapon targets. And so some of them don't have certain features. So like why would a weapon target have auto increment as an example?
Yeah.
So some of them have that. You probably won't deal with it too much because most of that is behind the scenes stuff where, like, if you see some of the threat circles, those are pre-planned threat steer points that they're the same as any other steer point effectively. You can like select them, but it's just not too important.
Okay.
Tholo says 1 through 20 for normal steer points, 21 through 24 are MGRS capable, 26 through 30 are for mark points. That sounds about right.
Ah, that's probably why 25 doesn't have it, because I'm right on the end.
And it's like, I think it's like 60 through 80 are pre-planned threat steer points. All right, you ready to get in the air?
Yep, I'm ready.
All right, let's taxi over to the runway, which is conveniently right here. Should make sure no one's on approach before I taxi onto the runway. Should be
Nobody
clear.
shouts. Well, you want to know how I do it? You pull out. If anyone screams at you, you know they're coming in. That's how it works.
It's like an elevator. Going out has right of way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, let's tell that to the guy with one wing out of fuel, like, coming into land. Like, yeah, we have priority. Just go around.
Yeah, he can deal with it. It's no problem.
Okey-dokey.
Thank God I have data link and INS that works.
Wow.
All right. I'm heading out.
Okie dokie.
And we'll rotate at about 180.
Okie dokie.
Rotate. Gear up.
I am up.
Typically, I pull off the afterburner right after I get airborne and gear up.
Yeah, that's kind of a habit I picked up too.
It's just nice to save a little bit more fuel. Although, I've been told,
Your
but
left window right now, you'll see me.
Yeah, I've been told, but I haven't tested it. But supposedly, also, it is more efficient to climb an afterburner with the F-16 than it is in regular, in mill power.
That's honestly probably true for a lot of planes.
I tested it in the other sim, and it tracks, which is hilarious.
Ah.
All right, so now that we're airborne, you can probably hit the gun and strafe mode if your master arm is on, and you'll see your gun sight pop up for air to ground if you want to strafe things.
You can now spawn there.
So,
If you go into
DTIP, yeah, go to...
air to ground mode and then you hit the AG button on the MFD, you'll see your gun cross come up here.
I'm still in CCIP mode. Why am I in CCIP mode?
You just gotta hit, or you're gonna have to put master arm on for it to work, I think.
Is
'Cause
on.
it didn't, oh.
SMS page is the wrong thing again.
Are you in
Why?
air to ground mode?
Yeah, I have CCIP in front of me. So that means I'm in air to ground mode. But my SMS page is the wrong thing.
What's
Why?
it showing?
It's showing like... It's like the air-to-air page.
So where it says ready 51 gun,
Yeah,
and you don't have this reticle?
I do not have a reticle now. My HUD says
Because,
CCIP, and I
Huh.
can't change my mode.
If you tried exiting out of air to ground, back into nav, and then back into air to ground just by hitting the air to ground button.
It still doesn't want to work? Okay, now I'm in the menu. That took a few tries. So... Gun, strafe. Let me nose down a bit.
Intel just received. SA-5
Yep, I see the gun now. It's fair.
Yeah, so that's used if you want to strafe things. I don't know what in DCS you can actually damage, because I've sprayed some soft-seeming targets with it and it didn't do much.
I want to go strafe a building real quick, just to test it out.
War crimes?
Well, there could be, you know... Oh no, look at that! It's a surprise barracks. Let's go shoot it.
And you'll probably notice that by default your gun doesn't have tracers.
Yeah. If I hit the building, 1,000,000 dead enemies.
Those children had it coming. Hey man, that's rude.
I'm sure there were some adults in that as well.
Oh, did I cover the navigation tadpole?
One navigation tadpole.
Okay, so if you are in air-to-ground mode or pretty much any mode, or actually I can't quite say that, but for most, for your nav mode, you'll get this little tadpole on your HUD when you've got a valid waypoint selected. And if you put your flight path marker on that, it means it'll bring you to your waypoint.
Okay.
And that'll be corrected for wind. So if we had like a really strong crosswind, the tadpole would be off to the side to tell you where you need to steer to handle it.
I don't actually see the tadpole.
It's no, it's there in air to. It's there in gun. If your gun is selected, it's not there.
So, change from that to bomb. Oh yeah, now I see it. Yeah, the gun was the issue.
Yep. It's not there in every mode. It's there in a fair number of modes, but not all of them.
How do I see which waypoint I currently have selected?
If you're on your
Warning.
if you're on your main page, it'll show you steer point 15 on the bottom right, or on the top right of the DED.
I think I got my waypoint wrong because it's trying to send me 7 hours in the other direction. Let me quickly redo that.
And then in your HUD as well, in nav mode, the bottom right, it'll tell you how many miles, and then it'll do a right caret to your current waypoint.
Yeah.
It'll also tell you above that some other information.
For some reason, my waypoint changed.
Rain, thank you for the follow. That warning scared you midnight. Ha! Have fun. My chat's complaining about the warning noise for my stream alert, giving them heart attacks.
Well, that's a them problem. Warnings are not scary.
Warning,
Also,
warning.
my waypoint does not seem to work.
Uh-oh. Is your INS aligned right?
It was.
Is it still aligned right?
How do I check? List? INS. No, that wasn't it. What was the Delta thing? The fix? Oh yeah, my fix button doesn't work. I remember now, we can't open my fix menu for some reason.
I'm gonna...
My HSD. My HSD is showing you guys in the correct position on data link.
So you should be fine.
But my waypoint is pointing very far north, despite I typed it in. North 43, 26, 7, east 044. What?
So on your... If you bring up your targeting pod... Let me...
Okay, so... EGP, yep.
If you bring up your targeting pod... Why is this not letting me... There we go. there might be a thing that pops up saying with a CZ, or actually should be on the HSD also. But if on the right side of your MFDs, like here, if there's a CZ, hit that button.
I don't see a CZ. I also can't move my targeting pod. It keeps on snapping back to center.
Oh, because if you're in CC IP, it's the targeting pod is slaved to your projected bomb impact point. So if you swap it back to CC RP, then the CZ will appear, and if it is boxed, that means you've got a slew. Or actually, I guess it doesn't. I guess it doesn't do that in this sim. But if you just hit it, you might see your targeting pod jump, and that might bring you back to the right waypoint.
Oh god, that is incredibly. The brightness. There we go. That helps. It was really dark. I just remembered I have brightness buttons.
Have I covered ILS landings? I have not. I don't think we have anywhere with ILS.
I know how to
we
land.
do.
I know how ILS works. I just don't know how, well, it's the same as a taken. I just type it in there, right? And it just automatically works.
So if you have an airfield with a valid ILS, so like runway 09 has an ILS, if you put in the ILS, you put in the runway heading, and you have your TACAN set, and your TACAN or your HSI will also have to be set in PLS TACAN mode. You'll get flight directors, and you'll get flight directors in your HUD as well. And if you're in the glide slope enough, these will not be dashed out, and then you just have to steer to it. Getting into the glide slope in zero visibility can be pretty hard, unless you have an approach chart and you fly a DME approach and all that properly. But you can also just set your course to the runway heading, and then make sure that at like 6+ nautical miles out, you're at about 3,000 feet if the terrain allows it, and you just fly at that until you intercept the glide slope, and it should work most of the time.
Okay.
Yeah, you need the magnetic course rather than the runway heading for the INS to work, or for the ILS to work right. And just as a reminder, so like we look at Senaki, it's 10890, so we put 1089 in the TILS page, enter. It'll automatically put it in, so we don't have to distinguish between where we're putting what in. We'll put in we put in 31 for the TACAN, and also I forgot to mention 1089, so you'd put in the ILS frequency, and then for the ILS under that is the course. So right after you put in the frequency, it'll ask you for the course basically.
Okay.
So 090. And I don't think it liked it. No, it didn't. There we go. It didn't like the 0.
Okay.
I think I've missed redeems. I apologize if I've missed redeems.
Yeah, he's teaching me. He's busy right now. Don't hold him to redeem standards.
I'm only trying to do one of the most complicated things in one of the most complicated things.
Yeah, teaching is very complicated.
All right, now, also, if you're in air-to-ground mode and you've got your targeting pod up and you're looking through it, you can notice that if you hold down your first trigger detent, you'll get a flashing L, 2 flashing L's, and one of them has your laser code.
Well, I have to bind the first detent. But sure, I bound it now.
And then you'll see in the bottom left here an L and then a number. That is your range to the target according to the laser. And for bombing, typically it doesn't come up too much, but if you aren't using if your radar is turned off and you want to bomb something accurately, you have to laze it first. So it's a good habit to get into. If you acquire a target and you want to bomb it with dumb bombs or GPS bombs, you lock the target up, you hit it with the laser so the computer knows the range and where it actually is in 3D space, and then you can get it fine. If your radar's on, it should do it most of the time and get it just fine.
Okay, so because my waypoint is messed up, it gave me a very clear indication of what the TMS switch, I think it is, what that does. Because I quickly pressed all of those. And it's actually pretty self-explanatory.
Now you might have just gotten a mark point on your HUD.
Yes I did.
I can't remember offhand how to take that in, but
Just reach out and pull it in.
Yeah, but if I remembered, if I knew Link 16, I'm familiar with improved data modem, not Link 16, then you could pull that in as a mark point and use it. One thing the F-16 is good at is sensible HOTAS layout. Yeah, it's got a fairly good HOTAS layout. If you've got a HOTAS with all the buttons to bind, mark point 500 and onwards. Ratty, do you know if it just automatically pops it into your mark point or if you need to do something to get it in? And I guess Shark, you could try seeing if steer point 500 is populated and is something valuable.
501 for me because I already had one. 501 is pointing me somewhere 500 meters away.
That doesn't sound right.
Gee, how do I jump to it?
So if you go to the steer point, you could just type in a number.
It's like 800 meters away, roughly.
800 meters?
Is it? I don't know. So actually no. It's pointing at something next to smoke. I see smoke, and that is the runway. It doesn't seem to lock it though.
Something next to red smoke?
Yeah. Well,
then yeah, you should be on the target.
That's roughly right, but so it's over there somewhere, right?
Yeah, if you see the smoke, you should be close enough on the target.
Range. Okay, I got a point track on like the smoke area, so that's kind of good, isn't it?
Yep. Next, we just gotta find things to bomb with our targeting pod.
That's cool.
Yeah, your HUD, there's a little TD box, dot in a box for what your targeting pod is looking at.
Okay, what's the max range of this targeting pod, by the way? Like, what am I looking at?
I don't know. I'm not terribly familiar with this lightning targeting pod. I'm more familiar with the sniper.
Or something?
Yeah. I always use the sniper, and I hope we get it because it's supposed to be way better than this thing.
I've heard that the sniper's coming like a few months ago, but in the future, so you know.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like once the F-15 gets it, the F-16 is gonna get it.
Ooh. Okay, so I see a bunch of black dots over there, which I assume are targets.
It is so hard to pick out anything because the magnification on this is awful.
I see like black squares.
But I'll do a bombing run as a demonstration, and I can't really get like a lock on anything. But make sure master arm is on, laser arm is on.
Well, I have a lock on something. I could go for it if you want me to.
Yeah, you can. For the laser guided bombs, it's going to be, if you look at my stream, I'll just explain a couple things. So you'll have this dynamic range indicator. You'll get a loft cue once you have this carrot hit inside of this box. So you can pull up and loft your bombs. Or if you just want to do level bombing, you'll wait. You'll get a timer here. So there's an F pole, which is your distance to target, but then below that is your timer. So this is giving me time until the pull up.
Yeah, I see 3 times.
And you'll see this cross appear on your steering
cue.
cue.
I see a cross, yeah.
So you can ignore the pull up mark. And then once you get to about 6 seconds before your level release, just hold the pickle button.
Yep.
Stay wings level mostly and stay on target. And your bomb will release. My bomb released.
Yep,
and then keep your laser on. I released my pickle button, so I'm manually lasing.
Well, if we're both lasing, that's a bit problematic, isn't it?
Probably. But mine hit. Friendly fire. Uh-oh.
Mine did not drop. Why did my bomb not drop? My master arm is on. I mean, air to ground.
Did you tap or hold the pickle button until it was gone?
I held it down.
Okay.
I'm about to do weapon release button.
Did you bank it all? Like,
nope, I was
too much?
level. I saw the things come down, I held it, and it just didn't come off. Why would that be?
So sometimes if you somehow get your aircraft out of the release parameters while you're holding the release button, it won't release. Which is why I typically hold 6 seconds before and not any sooner than that.
Oh, I forgot, I could just look around. Wait, let me tell
With your targeting pod?
No, I mean now with my hood so I can see where it is, because the targeting pod has kept the lock. It's still right on the target.
Yeah, the targeting pod, if you're about to lose ability to see things, it should put up a mask in your HUD, warning you that your aircraft is about to mask it. But once you unmask, it'll still stay inertia locked on it. So if you...
So a gentle turn will be perfectly fine.
Well, you can pull some pretty hard maneuvers and it'll stay on it. Just, you'll lose a moving target if you turn and then move, because it'll go where that target last was seen.
Yeah.
Flying the F-16 seems really chill. Yeah, for air-to-ground missions, it's pretty chill. Things get exciting when we start doing, like, harms, which I think we should cover after the bombs.
Okey-dokey.
Because
So
harms is...
holding the pickle button. I see a circle on my hood. It's flashing.
Flashing circle?
Yeah. None of my bombs dropped. Again. Why?
It should only drop them when you are right at the release and if you're pointed at the target well enough.
Okay, one dropped. One dropped. That is good. My laze is on. I see the L.
It's only on if the L is flashing.
L is not flashing. The L is now flashing. The L is not flashing. My bomb is tracking. It's looking really good.
Ooh, I saw that one.
That was good. That's pretty standard, but control's actually really easy on this pod.
Yeah, so then if you're not firing a laser guided bomb, you're firing like a GPS guided bomb. It's pretty much the same, except you don't have to care about keeping the laser on target or anything. So like with a GPS guided bomb, your procedure is you find it with the targeting pod, you hit TMS up, you lock onto it, and then you just drop your bomb when you're within the range.
Oh
Oh no, what?
Look in the chat. Someone said, Kano, watch out for A54, then like the second later, the Kano guy died.
Oh, I don't have the chat up.
I think it's just tab.
Oof. Yeah.
Yeah. Seems there's a little incident over there.
All right, next, do you want to try CCIP? So if you hit your missile step, or no, wait, which button was it? Oh, I guess it's not going to work. But if you switch to CCIP, then it's just dive bombing and it tells you where your bomb's going to land.
Does that work with these laser guided bombs?
It will, but your laser won't work, so you're going to be dropping them like a dumb bomb.
Okay. Don't they like wiggle around though to see the laser, or will they still?
I have no idea.
I'm pretty sure we do like a circle motion to try and find the laser.
Then they might be not as accurate. I have very little experience with laser guided bombs because it's rare that there is a target that warrants a laser that a GPS guided bomb won't handle, or a dumb bomb won't handle.
I'm pretty sure this will miss because it wiggles, but I'll give it a go.
Why not? So you just gotta put the pipper on the target, hold the button,
and then pull. Well, it kind of glided more because of, the thing, but yeah, that was roughly on point.
Yeah, it works better with dumb bombs and GPS bombs because it'll put them on the target. And then dive toss.
Use like waypoints for GPS bombs as well. Is that a thing?
Yeah, if you feel like typing in a whole bunch of waypoints, you can. In the other sim I play, when I'm doing stuff against SAMs, I will, because I have a data cartridge and I can just load it all in and I don't have to type it in. I'll just put in eight target waypoints, and then just you select the waypoint. You'll hit TMS up, and then you hit the pickle when you're in range, and then you can hit next waypoint, TMS up, pickle, and just repeat that, and you can just drop off like 8 bombs in a couple seconds.
Yes.
The F-15 will be able to do that with like 32 small diameter bombs eventually.
Well, now I have a very funny bug. My targeting pod says not sensitive interest, but it very clearly is. So I'm controlling
Is it? You might be controlling a different box, a different thing. So it's probably like your HUD is sensor of interest.
It seemed to want to switch. Also stalling. Yeah, I think DPS might be bugging out a bit because the switches were working fine before. Okay, I swapped the screen and did it again. I think it's a DCS thing that's going off.
That's odd. I haven't really run into it too much with it.
My right screen doesn't want to be like possessed by anything, so it's now on my left screen, which is fine. Oh, I did lose my target lock.
All right, then the last mode, dive toss. So once you enter the mode, you'll have a TD box on your flight path marker. You can, if you're like diving in on a target, for say, you can just put that on a target, TMS up, and then it'll lock it up, and then you'll have the ability to drop your bombs on it. You can also slew it around, and once you hit TMS up, it'll ground stabilize. And as I mentioned before, you can drag it all the way sideways using your head-mounted queuing system. But with the head-mounted queuing system, your targeting will be a lot less accurate because it's making some assumptions, and if your head-mounted queuing system is not aligned, it will cause problems.
Okay, so my head-mounted thing actually kind of isn't on. I don't know when it turned off, but it's not on now anymore. That's weird.
Does that actually work in the sim or not?
Why did that vanish, and when did that vanish?
Oh yeah, DMS down long is it? So if you hold DMS down, it'll turn off and turn back on. That's a thing
okay.
I actually only learned a couple days ago when I did it on accident.
Long presses. Okay. Yeah, I was like, where did it go? It just vanished at some point.
There's like an entire flowchart of what the different presses do for things, but a lot of it is somewhat niche and not terribly needed. But if you hit DMS up, it'll typically select your HUD as sensor of interest, which can cause you to not have anything as sensor of interest.
Yeah.
But you get a little asterisk here in the above your speed tape telling you that it's sensor of interest.
Yeah. Okay, let me try and dive toss something, even though this bomb ain't gonna hit, but I'm just gonna see how it works.
Yeah, dive toss I've found is generally best for if you are coming in like really low and you want to drop like snake eyes, because if you try to CC IP a snake eye sometimes at certain speeds, your pipper will be below your HUD and you won't be able to actually see where you're gonna drop it.
Okay.
What do you mean? My girlfriend's been in that shop for 37 years. What? Dave? Yes, she is. Jake? Jake? Who the fuck are you, old man? It's me. Freak. No.
Ah.
Alright, I'm gonna go lick
I
this shop.
believe a DTS moment is definitely happening. Yeah. Well, it doesn't seem to want to work. As in, I can't get the HUD thing to work again. Now it's in command. Keeps bugging out. Yeah, okay. I can't get the dive toss thing to work. The marker, which lets me put like the point down, kind of vanished, and it isn't coming back.
If you TMS down, it should pop back onto your flight path marker.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Sometimes you can put it into really odd spaces just due to how it determines like slew sensitivity.
Yeah. I gotta say, okay, so many things are really sensitive on the F-16.
Yeah.
I had to go edit a file to like make the radar elevation like actually usable.
The radar cursor sensitivity gets me every time. It's super sensitive.
I literally turned it down to like 0.1 instead of 1 in like the config file, and it's so good.
I really need to turn it down.
Okie dokie, so I'll select to this point. It's a TMS up to select. So I get like a line on my thing.
Yep, so once you hit TMS up, it is now just a constantly calculated release point. So you just got to fly either level until you drop it like a normal level bombing bomb, or you can toss it if you feel like tossing it.
Well, yeah, if you toss it, the line will move on its own.
Yeah, it's
accidentally flew past the point.
It's called dive toss because the original intent of it is that you dive on a target to acquire, you acquire, and then you hold pickle and you just pull up and it'll drop the bombs at the right pull-up point.
Yeah. Okay, let's do a really hard turn here.
It's really bad on the HAD page. Yeah, the HAD page is the worst that I've seen so far.
there's one pickle. It won't hit, but you know. Yeah, I know that's kind of. It's kind of like a. It's just like designating a point, really, like manually.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's basically the same as making your own mark point for CCRP
Yeah.
or finding something with the targeting pod, but it's just an easier, quicker way of doing
Yeah.
it. All right, I'm gonna dive bomb these guys with my racks and my empty tanks.
How effective is that going to be?
Probably not very. I see no explosion. They failed to fuse.
Oh no.
All right, and once you're done bombing everything, we can head back and learn about the high-speed anti-radiation missile.
Ooh, harms. Harms are cool.
Harms are the bread and butter of the F-16, and is currently what it does better than anything else in DCS.
Yeah. I've used, Chinese harms in the JF before. So I know how they work, but... Yeah. It's time to try it in the 16. Please drop my bomb. There's my final bomb out. I am now RTB.
And I don't know if you've noticed this in the HMCS, but the top left will tell you what the computer has determined is the highest threat locking you up.
Oh,
And points you to it.
Yeah, there's like the gap in the circle, which shows you where you're facing.
Yep.
So that's a 16 behind me. Yeah, it's not perfectly accurate, but it does like give you a good indication of where it is.
Yeah, when you're in a dogfight with something that's really close, it can be really helpful because you could be in dogfight mode and you can just get the radar up and you can go, okay, this guy's over here, and you can just start wildly flailing your head around until it locks it up.
Yeah.
Because I can't see things and my situational awareness is awful.
I'm pretty good at seeing things in dogfighting. I like to do the funny in BF14 and I dogfight people, and quite often I win quite a bit.
The harm itself in DCS is having a problem. In some modules, it's going active too early and retargeting on wrong emitters. Well, you can solve that depending on how you launch it, which we can go into.
Let me guess, there's like an active mode, which is for a waypoint, there's a passive mode, which is like just straight ahead, and there's going to be like a self-defense mode.
So there are 3 modes that are generally used. I think the other one is just pretty much not really used. But there's harm aiming display, which you use the harm targeting pod with, which is by far the best mode if you want to destroy enemy air defenses.
Oh, I'm out of chaff and flares. Otherwise, I'd be like chaffing and flaring this guy, because he's I think he's one of your viewers. Yeah, I'm just gonna wiggle a bit.
But then you also have harm as sensor mode, which is what you'd use if you don't have the harm targeting pod, so that you're using the harm sensor to find the radar, target it at the radar, and sling it. And then you've got position mode, which is, I know that there's an enemy SAM here, and I want to sling a missile at it so that it can't shoot. So it'll either have to take that missile or it will have to turn the radar off.
Yeah.
So
which is suppression. If it has to turn it off, it's like inactive for a while.
Yeah, so had and has mode are primarily for killing, but position mode is mostly for seed.
Okay, I'm gonna lead the other guy to you. I'm gonna try and form up on your wing.
All right. I've got my throttle back a fair bit, so you should be able to catch up. And I'm in a gentle climb.
For you. What's your angels?
11.
Okay. Okie dokie. We're like 13. Also, I learned something cool recently. Angels is only used for friendlies. AWACS will like never call out a hostile with angels.
Yeah, they just give the thousands of feet.
Yeah. I think, you know Sarge, right? You know Sarge. I'm sure you know
Mhm.
Sarge. He was the one who told me. Because he does, like, GCI stuff. It was really cool to, like, watch.
Solo says that in PS modes, the missile isn't flying to the steer point and looking for the programmed emitter. It's going active before it reaches the search point. Yeah, I am not terribly experienced with POS mode. I've done it a couple times, and in the other sim, it's still not terribly effective, but it's hard to gauge how effective it is because the SAMs play cat and mouse, and they'll go, oh, there's a missile incoming, let me turn off my sensor. Range unknown, PB, and EOM. Yeah, those are the main modes for the harm in POS mode. Those don't matter a ton to distinguish for basic stuff. That's more important if you want to get into advanced stuff. What I really like with the F-16 is that there is a lot of stuff that is really complicated that you can just ignore until you want to learn more.
Yeah.
POS and EOM is amazing if you get close. I'm facing the need to actually try that out in my campaign, because in my dynamic campaign I've been playing, I've been having headaches of trying to take out a pair of Russian SA-10s that are close by, and any missiles I sling at them, they just keep swatting out of the air. And somebody suggested, hey, well, rather than firing at longer ranges, what if you tried coming in low and then just lofting them up at the SAM in POS mode? Oh, yeah, it was you. Yeah. So it seems like it's worth a try. Might catch him off guard.
Your friend's a really good pilot, by the way.
What?
Your friend, whoever this is. He was in your chat. I assume he's your friend.
I have no idea who it is.
Didn't he say in your chat? Because he said he landed with me before. Because it's that guy again.
Liam Schmidt. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he was in your chat. Yeah, it's Raiden. Or Radin.
Ah.
Yeah, he's flying with us. You're a good pilot. You're super good at. You're like glued to my wing. But I have a fuel light flashing, so
A fuel light?
yep. I'm on bingo fuel.
Uh-oh.
I'll be fine. You are going faster than me when I kinda don't feel like burning.
Did you jettison your tanks and your racks?
I probably should, so I go to the store management page.
Yeah, you'll go to your SMS page.
SJ.
SJ, and you should be able to select the GBU 12 with one press, and then with a second press, you should be able to select the triple ejector rack, I think. And then you can just queue up everything and jettison it all at once.
Okay. Then I hold the pickle. There we go. It's all gone.
Your crew chief will be a little upset about missing the racks, but he's not the one in the plane.
Yeah. It'll be fine.
All right, here's a good time to use your cruise page. So go to cruise. Go to home, set the home point to 1. Activate the home, and you'll see how much fuel you'll have left when you hit the home point.
Home point to 1. Enter. says I'll have 1,000 pounds left. Not quite sure if waypoint 1 is my home though. Actually, waypoint 1 is, well, waypoint 0 should be our home.
Waypoint
Senkai.
Waypoint 1 is
Kitase. You can land at Kitase, I mean, it's right next door.
Sanaki is not pointed out as 1 on the map. Let's see, we're getting a range to home,
if
61,
I click you, though,
62
0
nauticals.
for you. Because I see your waypoints when I click you. Actually, not too sure.
Sanaki is marked as 1 for me. When I check it. Because it's 61 nautical miles out. Oh, 0 is also on Sanaki, so waypoint 0 and 1 are on that. I think 0 is like the parking page of whoever you're selecting.
Okie dokie.
So either one should work. Look close enough. Got another F-16 flying over us. Who's that?
Yes. Where
We have
did
a-
you go?
I
you're
slowed
kind of
down.
behind. We kind of overtook you. You should get closer. Get real close.
We gotta all fly in super tight formation.
Yes.
One thing I always have trouble with on the F-16 is that it's the one module I've flown where the afterburner is not matched fairly close with the afterburner on my detent on my throttle.
Can't you, like, adjust that in the special options?
There's like you can adjust the axis to make it work. I'm too lazy to.
Okay. It's a case of laziness.
I have gone through the effort of adjusting my zoom axis, so when I'm zooming in, I'm actually twisting my flight stick for that.
Ah.
And I just have the dead zone and like everything set up on it so that when it's centered, it's right at what I like normally. And it's
Yeah.
I've found it so useful because it means I can keep my hands on the throttle and stick and everything and still zoom in when someone's like flying past me.
Yeah, then there's me who is using the mouse to look around.
Yeah, I do have a
In
slider.
dogfight, it's very fun. People honestly kind of amazed and they're kind of embarrassed when I kind of beat them because they know I'm using like 3 things with 2 hands.
You know, good pilots is kind of what matters. The equipment helps, but
Yeah.
not if you don't have the sense to pilot right.
Yeah.
Like, I've got all
mean-
this expensive equipment, and I'm probably sure that you could beat me in BFM because I am completely crap at BFM.
In the 16, you could probably win. Well, if I was in the 14, you'd probably lose every time.
Yeah, my 16 versus your 14. And
Yeah.
that's a
Hey.
matchup where the 16 should probably win. I would probably lose.
I think in DCS it's a little worse off. I'm not too sure though, maybe like a resident expert could tell us. I know lots of people call the 14B overpowered, but I'm not entirely too sure. Also, one thing that I will note, formation flying in the 16 is going to be harder because without a canopy you have like less like things to reference.
That is true.
But it looks super cool. Like, I'm gonna hop in VR later and just fly around in this because canopy is really cool.
I love the bubble canopy. You just have unrestricted view of everything.
Yeah, like
It's
I
beautiful.
can see you behind me right now, which is insane.
You can see me struggle to formation fly.
the dogfights are about like patience more than anything else. Sometimes you give them a bit so you can gain a lot later. It's kind of fun.
I just burn all my speed at once and hope for a decent probability of kill Sidewinder hit, and if I don't get that, I die.
So, I don't know how to fly the F-16, but let me tell you about the F-14, right? There's a cool thing you can do. At a 325 knots with the wings fully out, if you do a 6G turn with a nose angle of -7, you just turn really tight, rate fight, you win like almost everything.
Yeah, the F-16 I've mentioned before that I don't know how accurate it is to DCS because I've only looked at like real world charts which are for like the A variant and whatnot, but
Yeah.
your turn speed is basically constant and is it maximized above 400 knots.
Yeah.
But the problem is maintaining that speed is quite hard. So you'll get a really great instantaneous turn, but you'll probably burn off so much speed that you can't really hold it for too long. You gonna go land?
I'm taking a picture, so, you know, stay close.
Okay. I'm ruining our formation flying here.
Oh, it's fine. This is a nice picture.
We gotta trade skins and then take pictures sometime.
I'm not actually using my skin because it's a tad too blue. The visibility is really bad.
Your
you know,
blue
like,
canopy?
unironically, it hurts your eyes at night. I'm getting a caution. I have 800 pounds of fuel. Where is the runway?
It's off to our left and low.
Yeah, you know what? Let's do a gentle left-hand turn.
I'm glad I put out my speed brakes because I was right next to you.
Ah, it's fine.
Oh, the one next to us just disappeared.
Actually, way too soon. I'm just gonna go to idle. I'm gonna go 7 degrees nose down. I'm gonna turn on my autopilot first.
My habit for
I'm just gonna
approach.
turn.
My habit for approach is typically when I'm flying straight in at the airfield.
Well,
Most
if
of
you
the
look
time
to our
I'm
right, we're parallel. So if we go forwards a bit and do like a 180 left, we'll be lined up roughly.
look to your right.
To my right, I see a mountain.
You said if we look to your right. I don't see
said
any
left.
airfield out
Left, left,
left.
left. Yeah, there's an airfield left.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did I really say right?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Look, port side. Port side. I can do port and starboard, but I mix on my left and right. Don't ask how.
Yeah.
I don't even know what a boat is.
Typically, though, with the F-16, what I like to do for approaches is when I get to about 30 nautical miles from the target, I start a 10-degree descent and just descend at it. And from most altitudes you'll be at returning, it should work fine. You might have
Yeah.
to pop out some speed brakes or do a little bit of turning sometimes if you're coming in from really high up with a heavy load.
Yeah.
But typically you'll be close enough with your energy management that it won't be a problem to get down to a proper landing.
Ooh. Someone's glued to my wing.
That's not me.
There it is. Yeah, yeah, I see you flying behind.
I'm gonna
okay. I just
orbit
have
for
attitude
spacing.
hold. I just have attitude hold. I'm just like to the left, like a -6 degree like descent. I'm not even touching my plane. It's just flying itself right now.
Yeah, if you have the paddle switch bound, which is not terribly important, but it can be nice for autopilot. When you hold that, you're overriding your autopilot, and once you release it, it'll reset it on the new settings. So for attitude hold,
Ah.
if you want to, if you're in attitude hold and you're on like a 5-degree down, but you want a 10-degree down, you can just hit the paddle switch, push down, and then release.
Okay.
And then for
Yeah.
altitude hold, you can do the same.
I've got that bound on the button now. It's not a practical button, but it is there. Okie dokie. I'm going to be landing left side. I think Liam has the right side. This is actually really nice and lined up. I just kind of guesstimated it, but we're actually like perfectly lined up, pretty much.
I'm gonna drop my gear way out. I'm just gonna come in after you guys, but leave some spacing.
I think we're a little
Good job.
fast.
Ground units have moved in on Bestley.
Isn't a
Friendly can now
problem.
spawn there. Rearmen move on to the next
Yeah,
stage.
don't focus too much on speed. It's more the angle of attack, because your landing speeds will vary quite drastically based off of your gross weight.
I'm going to turn my autopilot off because I don't need it to land. Gears down. Put my gears down to like 250. It's a bit high, but you know, I still think it's within like parameters.
Your gear maximum gear speed is 305. So you can drop your gear pretty high. The F-16 does not like to fly that well without flaps below below 300.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the flaps are auto though.
Yeah, the flaps will drop as soon as you drop your gear. If I'm remembering correctly, I've been told that the F-16 is one of very few aircraft in North America that is cleared to fly above 300 knots below 10,000 feet, because it does not perform great at heavy loads and below 300.
Well, we touched down almost side by side. Look at that. That was beautiful.
Dogfights seem really complex. It's no surprise it's hard. Yeah, dogfights are more complex than people tend to give them credit for, and my method of dogfighting is hit, turn until I outturn person, which does not do great.
Yeah. Well, it's always one circle or two circle, or you're going nose to nose, or you're going nose to tail. So, if you're like, if someone's coming at you, you're like past each other. If you go vertical, you're chasing their tail unless they go vertical with you.
Oh, this is gonna be hard.
There's like lag, there's lead, and there's like chase as well. Like you can either look directly at them, you can aim behind where they are to slide in behind, or you can lead them if you want to like go for a gunshot. There's a lot to learn, but once you start fighting, you'll notice everything you do is either like one circle, two circle, lead, or lag. And it's just about choosing which one fits the situation the best.
I just turn the way that looks coolest.
You can do that. I mean, if you just do that, eventually you'll win.
Sure, let's go with that.
Okay, so one thing I'm going to say right now, and this is my opinion and my opinion alone. I feel like air to ground is a lot easier than air to air, and that's why a lot of people play air to ground. And that's why there's a lot more air to ground focus in missions in DCS than there is air to air.
Air to air
That's
can
real.
be extraordinarily complicated if you get into it, because the entire concept of beyond visual range, especially, is really hard, and it's it can be a numbers game if you don't have really good coordination. Because like to set up a grinder, you need at least 4 aircraft to do that right.
Yeah. I got a master caution for fuel though. Oh, that's...
Just
I'm
gotta
pulling
get
on
more
ground.
fuel.
Yeah, just gonna get more fuel. Parking brake on. So, okay. Gotta get some harms on my plane.
Yep, grab the harms and the harm targeting system, and as soon as I land, I gotta... Oh, no, wait, I took care of that. I was thinking, oh god, my laundry's been way past due, but no, I grabbed that already.
Yeah, you did. You already done that. Well done.
I have
So I can
the
take
memory
the
of a
single
squirrel.
harms, or do I take the full harms?
If you want fuel, just take one on each
Center.
wing.
I can take a centerline fuel tank, right?
Yeah, you can if you want. It's not a ton of fuel. It's only 300 gallons.
Do I take the harm targeting pod?
Yep, whenever possible, you want to take the harm targeting pod because it is a great advantage to have.
Okay, I will take mostly flares and a little chop because they're mostly used for when I want to talk to people.
I'm so spoiled by having 60 chaff and 60 flares. Normally I only get 60 chaff and 30 flare.
Oh yeah, Mikha, did you see the cockpit of my skin, by the way?
I did not.
It's all blue now.
Blue like the Russian ones?
Well, it looks a bit more green now because of the lighting, so I'm gonna check that out later to make it look better, but yeah, it's all green. Well, blue. It's just really blue. It's like when you set your monitor to like the cold colors, that's how it feels like. Also, we're at the parking area on one side of the runway. You can probably see us at your left.
I'm fighting to keep this squirrely ass airplane on the ground. On the runway. Hey, Kyan, how are you doing? Or Kane, sorry. I don't know which one you prefer.
Nothing these things made you clenched harder than holding that formation. You did a fantastic job. You did a very fantastic job, especially because like we were talking on the radio. I did try to give like a 3 to 5 second warning if I said I was doing something, but it's kind of difficult. But good job.
Now, I'm sure the F-16 doesn't turn on the ground quite as well as your F-14 does.
Honestly, about the same.
Interesting, because I know the F-18 pilots like to talk about how well their F-18 turns.
Well, the F-14 does turn quite well. Honestly, I'd say it's the same as the 16, really. I don't think it turns, like, noticeably sharper. But I think in, like, the F-18 and, like, the F-15, there's, like, a button you hold for, like, more nose wheel.
Huh.
Because, it turns, if you hold that, it goes, like, the full 90, which is, you know, turn on a dime. Well, while I'm refueling and rearming, I'm gonna go to the bathrooms. I will be right back.
Again?
Look, you know how they call me Vtuber?
I know another VTuber who's known as a piss tuber.
Well, they call me that, and with good reason. I'll be right back.
See, guys, the trick to streaming for so long is to just be dehydrated. F-15E has high gain steering as well. The F-16 has pretty strong nose wheel steering because the landing gear, or it's got a pretty tight turning radius because the landing gear is narrow and very short. 90 degrees, yeah. And if you use differential braking in the F-16, you can make some even tighter turns. And wait a second, ground crew did not... Oh, they refueled me. They didn't rearm yet. I feel one harm being loaded. Oh, that's a fuel tank and a fuel tank. What? Just look at this beautiful skin. One of these days I'll get into carrier aircraft, but that day is when the A7 comes out. Yeah, the Corsair 2, that's technically the Corsair 3. I love that aircraft. It looks so great. It just looks that and the F8 Crusader looks so cool. I've actually got an A7 emote. There. Welcome back, Shark. How are you doing?
You feel like you should learn the Harrier. I can teach you the basics of the Harrier.
Harrier, no way. I've heard Airshow talking about how hard it is to learn, and no thank you.
So, the problem with Harrier is, back in the day, apparently they changed it every 2 weeks, so the guide was like completely different every 2 weeks. Currently it's broken. Some weapons don't have penetration values, so they do nothing. Some symbology doesn't like show up since the multi-threading update, so you're kind of using the map semi-blind sometimes. And the map screen and other stuff can't go into night mode. But apart from that, it's kind of lovely to fly.
Ah, yes, apart from a whole bunch of problems.
Oh, apart from this huge list of problems that you will face every single time you take off, it's fine. It's actually fun. Because I don't own a helicopter. And I don't really have rudder pedals.
Rudder pedals are so nice.
A Harrier is almost a helicopter when you hover. If you put the fuel down, you can hover around like a helicopter. You can pretend to be a helicopter. Just sometimes I do that. I love the thing.
Alright, now I have to ask, do you want to fight an SA2 or an SA10?
SA10 is really scary. SA2 is less scary.
Alright, I can't guarantee the SA2 will be there when we get there, but we'll do our best.
Well, how would we attack by SA10? Would we stay low and then like pop up, or?
We'd probably just sling missiles at it, and then it would probably proceed to shoot them down.
Yeah.
So we'll take the SA2, and then if that's dead by the time we get there, we can swap over to the SA10.
Okay.
You may want more fuel because we're going to be flying 120 nautical miles, actually, which is about the same distance we flew to the training range.
I can take up the targeting pod now, right? Because I don't need that targeting pod.
You don't need it, but the targeting pod can still be useful. I tend to keep the targeting pod on all the time.
Okie dokie.
Just because you never know when you might want it to ID an air threat.
Yeah.
And also, here's a fun thing with the harm targeting system. The harm targeting system, when you've got it tracked on a target, it creates the system point of interest is actually slaved to where to the nearest spot the harm targeting system thinks the enemy radar could be, which means you can, if you don't have harms, you can use the harm targeting system to find a radar and then swap to your targeting pod, find it exactly, and then drop bombs on it.
love how silly my shark skin looks.
I need that shark skin for the next time we do stuff.
Yeah, I need to finish it off. I'm probably gonna like finish it like after we like finish up here.
All right.
I mean, I need to upload them more because I have like I made a shark skin for every plane I fly. It's like the Harrier, the 21, the JF-17, the F-14, the Herc. Because I fly the Herc sometimes. It's relaxing.
The Herc is fun. I wish I knew.
Yeah.
I need to learn a little bit more about its autopilot because I know it's got an approach mode, but I have no clue how to do it.
Me too. I just manually like land.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to land.
Have you ever used it on like Grey Flag?
Yeah, I used it on
Yeah.
Grey Flag to bring stuff in because it's fun to kind of
It's
just
really
fly
cool.
around. It's like playing Microsoft Flight Sim, but there is a slight chance of you dying.
And people do appreciate that, you know, when you bring stuff over.
Yeah, I like how I don't mind flying non-combat missions if it does some objective, and that's like the
Yeah.
epitome of what I like.
For a while, we actually were like, me and a few friends were controlling a single lattice, like all on our own, just like building it up. It was really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Only my FOV keys are broken for spectating. I think good. I am now stuck looking at my plane in like 2 million FOV.
Oof.
It's fine. I won't need third person anyway.
You ready to learn the harms?
Yep, I'm ready to learn the harms. Do I need
Alright.
to set anything up predetermined?
Yep, so first thing you want to do is while you're on the ground, go air to ground mode. The harm
Yep.
has, as far as I understand, an unlimited power on time, so similar to GPS guided bombs. So if you
Oh,
go
it's automatically in harm mode.
if you go air to ground, then you want to go to SMS. You'll see ready to AG-88s, but
Yep.
power off. You want to hit power on.
Power on.
And then on whatever multifunction display space you can give up, you want to click it, then get HAD, which will be along the top. And that is your
Click
harm.
what?
You want it HAD, harm aiming display.
Harm aiming display. Found it.
Yep, and that's what you're going to be using. And on the harm aiming display, it's a lot like the HSD, and it'll display just about everything you would need from the HSD. So you can replace the HSD if you feel like it.
Okay.
You'll also notice there's this additional lines that it puts out. That is roughly the range of a harm.
Okay.
So it lets you know, like, if you're shooting at something that's off to your side, it'll let you know if the harm can actually steer and hit it, and that's really useful.
Does that extend if you gain altitude or?
It should extend if you gain altitude.
Okay, so it's pretty dynamic. That's pretty good.
Yeah. And then we are looking at waypoint 07 Mozdok for our target for an SA2.
So
I'll just put in that waypoint so I can steer to it once we take off.
steer point 7, enter. Okay. That is. Where do I find the distance?
The distance to the steer point.
Yeah.
If you look at your HUD, under the AL, there's a B
Oh.
and a number.
B 146.
And then below that, there's also a number and then a caret and your current waypoint.
Is that the heading?
No, that's your distance and then what waypoint you've got selected.
Oh, okay. Okie dokie, that's pretty simple.
All right, let's get going. And I forget my parking brake doesn't auto disable because I've got it bound to a switch.
Okie dokie.
Let me just afterburner my aircraft in place.
I mean, it's a good workout.
Are we gonna want the whole runway?
I doubt it.
Fortune favors the bold.
It's like what? 200 meters will be fine.
You're the one with the centerline fuel pod.
Am I I am the heaviest.
Yep.
I have everything. I literally have everything on my plane.
I have
Like-
the ECM pod, I believe. Yeah, I've got the long ECM pod, but that weighs probably quite a bit less than 300 gallons of fuel.
But is that like the jamming pod?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's gonna maybe protect you a tiny bit.
Well, everybody debates whether or not it actually does anything in DCS, and generally I don't see too many people bringing it.
Well, if your peer is jamming on somebody else's radar, then yes, but it only affects like single planes. Jamming is really weak in this game.
Yeah, I've heard that it only works really air to air and not air to ground, as the F-16's pod is kind of more intended because it is a
Well,
seed aircraft.
the jammers do cut down the SAM site ranges to like 20 nautical miles, but that's like the normal range anyway, so it doesn't really change much.
That's kind of what I figured, because in BMS it does about the same thing. Most SAMs won't fire on you until you're well within range where they know they can get a kill.
Yeah.
And your ECM does knock down their lock-on range, but yeah, they're just it's gonna be about the same.
Okie ready when you are.
All right.
I'm off.
Oh boy, you want to go at the same time?
Yep. Fortune favors the brave. I'm actually a lot chunkier, yeah, you're kind of accelerating noticeably faster than me. I'm up in the air. Gear is up.
Only the F-16 and the M2000 could do barrage jamming. Yeah, barrage jamming is the only one I ever bother using in DCS, because if I put it into... I should probably honestly fly my plane on takeoff. But if I enable all the transmit modes and I'm in manual mode, or no, I have to be... I was in manual mode, or I was in standby instead of manual mode. That would have been bad if we actually encountered anything. But if I CMS aft, it'll transmit. So
Okay.
it'll just jam. So typically that's the only one I use in DCS. BMS, I'm not entirely sure what is the best mode to really be using yet, because that just recently got an update to its ECM and people are still trying things out.
Yeah.
Activating multiple channels reduces jamming effectiveness. Who knows? I don't even... I wonder if the jammer has multiple antennas or a single antenna that it's using. Halves the jamming effectiveness for each channel. Oh, that's interesting. I haven't read that anywhere.
Kind of makes sense, because, you know, you're gonna broadcast on different channels.
Well, if it's using like, say, one antenna, then it's got to swap between frequencies, between bands that it's jamming. So it makes sense that you're taking time off of what you want to jam. And then it makes sense why you have the auto mode, which if you're in, say, semi-auto mode and you authorize it, I think it needs to be in transmit 2. Yeah, if you're in transmit 2 and then your CMS mode is in semi or auto,
We
you hit
appear
it.
to have gained one more plane.
We've got 4 planes,
Oh, there's 4 here now.
but
Quickly check who the other one is.
yeah, the auto mode, it'll only jam things that are your radar warning receiver detects as locking you. So that would
Yeah.
make sense why there's an auto mode instead of just transmitting all the time or transmitting everything as soon as anything is detected. Jamming is fun. Yeah, I just wish it worked
Well,
more.
how jamming works is very classified, and there's some things that are classified, but if you even like talk about them, like logically you can figure things out, but if you talk about them, that's illegal. So ballistic missiles, GPS guided stuff like that, you can't talk about.
Jamming is
Nor can you talk about jamming. That's what I'm
jamming.
pretty sure.
Jamming for me transmitting noise to make your thing not work is fairly
It's
well
not
known.
only noise. It's not only
If you
noise.
well,
as
if you're
far
doing
as I know.
spoofing, that's nobody knows that and can talk about
Yeah.
it for sure.
Well,
But if
you're not
we're
allowed
just
to talk
gonna
about it.
yeah, if we're just gonna limit it to I am disrupting your radar from working at all, that's pretty simple and straightforward. But the specifics that you won't know is exactly the antenna size of a certain thing or exactly the transmit power of a certain thing.
Yeah.
But if you have good estimates, you can get pretty decent simulations on it. It's not too hard. It's something that amateur radio operators play around with. It's the same equations
Yeah.
effectively.
Yeah, you can talk about jamming, but not how the systems work, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I've got like the fucking like the lowest FOV zoom in of like my fucking shark face on this. It's just so fucking stupid. It's so silly. Because the F-60 is like, it's got like a wide nose, if you know what I mean. Like the front is very wide. And it just looks funny.
Yeah, as Ratty says, the spoofing's complicated. The most I've heard with spoofing is an offhand comment from a guy who did growler work, and he said, "Oh yeah, we just tell the SAMs that there's this fake formation of enemy aircraft here," and I'm just like, "Wait, what?" He's like, "Yeah. Maybe you're not supposed to say that, dude. Don't tell it to people."
I mean, look, logically thinking, radar spoofing, you want something to be there that's not there, and radio waves bounce off things. If you know how they bounce, you kind of just fake it, right?
Yeah, and theoretically, with stuff that's publicly available, there are ways to try to spoof a radar to make it seem like your radar signature is much closer.
Yeah.
I don't know if farther away works. I'm not an expert in radio.
Well, you need more power for distance, right? I don't... This is going to be a very technical conversation.
Hi, Night Assassin. How are you?
Wait, is Knight here? Hello, Knight. How's it going?
We gained an F-18. What's an F-18 doing over here?
Yeah, I was hanging out with Knight before I came to sit with you.
I need to drop by Night streams more often. We've got something approaching from front left. He's more than 40
like
miles out.
A plane?
A bogey.
Ooh. I
Might
like
be
the
time for
sound
some
of
air
that.
combat.
So, why is my radar turned off?
Did you turn your radar off?
Yep. It's stuck in standby. How do I take it off of standby?
Well, I think you said when you had it in standby, you had to hit override.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Typically,
What's
if I
the
want to...
range? Oh, I see the targets. There's multiple targets. Like, I don't know how these ranging lines work.
So
I'm guessing around like 60 to 80. There's like some targets in LA.
So on your fire control radar, the only ranging lines you really have are these three green ones that just tell you the quarter of where in distance it is.
Yeah. Probably it's the altitude hold one.
So we see that this is the, we see that this like one target It's marked with 28 from data link, so we know it's at 28,000 feet. We don't have it on radar yet until it turns into a box, and now I've got it. And then once you've got it, and then once you have it locked up, I can demonstrate on my stream now that I've got an F pole, which is the distance to the target.
Yep.
But if I go into MRM override mode and I have master arm on, oh, is it not going to show me my M pole?
I lost my contact.
Then on the missile display, I'm sure you're fairly familiar with the dynamic range, but we get the closing velocity, and then we get the M pole, which is the distance if I fire now when the weapon would go active.
I actually have visual on the bad guy. He's like 11 o'clock. I see him.
Yeah, he's high.
He's moving to intercept us all.
And I'm sure you're gonna be you're gonna find the F-16's air-to-air combat pretty lackluster after the F-14. Fox 3. Engage defensive.
He's fired. He's fired. He's fired. Someone defend.
I'm defending.
Splash. Good hit. Good hit. I think he ejected. He's dead. Yep, he ejected. Wait, did he eject? He either ejected or something fell off of him. Was cool.
BVR. Ready, you find BVR and the F-16 to be a joy? Huh.
That was like pretty much almost within range. I could see him.
Yeah, I could pick him out right there. I waited until within range turn and run to fire. Which is probably not the best idea. There's all the like minimum abort range stuff you're supposed to know. I just fire when things are in range, turn and run, and hope for the best.
I know that will be a F-14, but that's about it.
I know it for the F-16 in another sim, and that doesn't quite carry over for this one because there's all sorts of differences in drag and missile ranges.
What am I locked on?
Got
IFF is
another
left,
MiG-23
right?
on radar warning receiver.
Right. If I hold left to IFF, it says LOS. What's LOS?
Say that again?
So, I'm IFFing a radar thing I have locked up. And when I hold left, it shows LOS instead of, like, scan. What does that mean?
LOS commands radar return or IFF returns from only what's in line of sight. So the IFF antenna. So the IFF antenna gets a lot more breadth than your fire control radar gets. If that makes sense.
Yeah. There's something ahead of us. I don't seem to be able to lock it. It's a yellow thing, but I can't lock it. But why? I can visually see him.
The thing with chevrons on it as well.
It's just a square with a line. Maybe his cold aspect is kind of not helping.
The only thing I saw pop up had some chevrons behind it, which means it's a jamming target.
Well, I have visual on him. Now he's gone. I'm actually way off course. Should probably turn to be on course with you guys.
Oh, other slightly important thing with fire control radar on the F-16 is there is a spotlight mode, which is useful if you know that a guy is in a certain sector of your radar and you want to try to find them faster.
Okay.
If you press and hold TMS up, you'll get 2 narrow blue
Oh yeah, the
lines.
2 lines.
Yep. And now your radar is only searching that sector.
Ah. Oh, if you go left and right, you can like enable like the azimuth to be different.
Yeah, if you slide your cursor left and right, you can get that off.
Yeah. Well, Stride is about to engage the enemy F-16. Well, someone's going after the SA-10 in a Strike Eagle. I don't think that's gonna work. Yep, he's turning away. He found out, but it's not the best thing.
Ooh, so watch somebody splash something.
Yeah, that was Strider splashing an enemy F-16.
Nice.
Good job.
Oh, and then for other controls on the radar, you've got the A and the B. So the A makes it narrow. The B changes the elevation that it's scanning.
Okay.
So it's how many bars of elevation that it's scanning. And as you hit it, you'll see that currently, like, it's the cursor
the
says.
ranges and the width, yeah.
Yeah, if you look at your cursor, it'll tell you the maximum and minimum altitude it's scanning, and you'll see that change as you go down to like a 1 bar.
Yeah. So, I can see something that looks like a pyramid on my radar. What is that?
That should be your steer point,
Ah! Okie dokie.
which, where am I flying to? Where have I been flying around? Why am I so far behind you?
Well, I went the wrong direction. I was trying to radar lock something, which probably didn't exist. Oh, the F-15 is about to get splashed. Poor guy.
Rip.
He's dead. I think he was trying to, like, wild weasel it, but he went way too high for some reason.
Now, also, BVR with the F-16, well, the F-16 tends to be, at least in my experience in other sim, a bit limited against multi-engine, more modern aircraft like MiG-29s and Su-27s.
Yeah.
You definitely can beat them with an altitude advantage and by afterburner lofting. So, like, if I really need to kill a Su-27, I just fly up to like 40,000 feet, full afterburner, and yeet the missile.
Can I tell you some magic DCS numbers that are very relevant for the AI?
Sure.
So, the enemies will fire ERs and ETs at around 20 nautical miles. ERs will ping your radar, ETs might ping your radar, but sometimes they won't. So, at around 20, you want to fire off, wait 5 seconds, and then, like, go defensive. You want to, like, skate short or skate long, whatever you feel like. I don't actually know if you know the skate terms. That's like an F-14 thing. But you basically, like, want to turn cold or into a notch and flare a bit, and then turn back in, because you will die to the ET. The ET is the scariest missile that is out there, because there's no warning.
What I'm most used to is you lock up the target, you get a good a good range so that your M pole, the distance at which the missile is going to go active, or the distance you will be from the target when the missile goes active.
Yeah.
You fire when that M pole is at your minimum abort range, and then you crank left or right, keeping the target in your radar gimbals. And then once the missile's guiding itself, you just break off. Or if you hit your MAR because the enemy sped up.
Yeah. Yeah, the ETs are nightmares, yeah. But I haven't actually been killed by an ET for, like, months now. I've gotten real good at, like, flaring and, like, doing the whole, like, into the merge thing, like, going good.
Ah, okay, good. So we've got some stuff that I can demonstrate the harm aiming display here on. So we go to the harm aiming display. I see that there's some stuff here, and there's like an A, which is a AAA, and then there's an NS, which I don't know what that is offhand. But then also in front of us
Well,
there
there's,
is.
I see an S and I see an NS.
I see an
And I
S
can
and a
see them.
15 in front of us.
I see a 2 in front of us.
We might just have. Oh, I
15's
see the 2.
yeah, we've gone past the 15. That's hey, he's not too scary.
So if you sling your cursor over the 2 and hit TMS up, you'll lock it up. You'll see in the top
Okay.
right there is PGM 5. So that
Yeah.
is the worst tracking mode, with PGM 1 being the best
3
tracking
just-
mode.
Yeah, 3 just enabled.
Yep, so the longer you have it tracked, the more accurate of a solution you'll get. But
But
also
it's
you
reading like radar returns from it.
yeah, it's reading
Okay.
where it is and memorizing that position. You will get a more accurate fix if you fly sideways, because it's direction finding the radar.
Okay.
So if you get it within range and then you want to put it basically like 45 degrees to the side, or even like 90 degrees to the side, as long as it's within range.
Well, PGM2 is PGM2 good? When can I fire?
PGM2
I'm about to be inside this thing's range.
PGM2 is pretty good, so you can give it a shot and fire. We'll see if you hit.
Okay, so threat ARM, PGM2, firing harm out, Fox 4, Fox 5. What's a call
Magnum?
for harm? Magnum. Oh, look at that boy go. He's lofting.
Yeah, they will loft, and it knows where it is and it knows what it's going after, so it'll pursue that target pretty much only. I don't know if it bothers with
Do I
its
need to
flex
fire
table.
a second, or are we good?
We should be fine.
There's
It's
also a
locking me up
15
and it's
there.
angry.
Can I go for the 15?
Yeah, the SA-15 is another enemy ground
Okay,
unit.
well, Magnum again, because that's also PGM2.
And then let me bring up the weapon and show harm as sensor mode.
Well, I fired both my harms, so
Engage defensive.
I like how we're all just turning.
Because we all got the warning, probably.
I don't have a warning, so
Oh.
it's locked on one of you guys.
Air
Oh,
show
they
explain.
they intercepted it.
Yeah, that happens.
Well, we maybe should have got the F-18 to like bring decoys or something. That would have probably been the wiser choice.
Or just launched more harms.
Wait, is it firing on me? I don't think my RWR's working if it's firing on me.
Did you
Oh,
hand
no,
off your
those missiles are
RWR?
dead.
Or no, wait, handoff doesn't matter in this.
Alright, my RWR's work, I just wasn't getting a ping, and I saw the map, I'm like, those are close to me, then I realized they're like below me. So it's fine.
Ooh, I saw
I'm
two
out of
puffs.
harms, so I'm hanging around like above you now.
Yeah, I can just try to demonstrate it to you, but I have to... So in harm as sensor mode, which is one of the worst and most complicated modes to use, you've got a search table here,
Yeah.
and so you have multiple tables and you have to get the one that has what you want. So this is an SA2. We know we're going after an SA2. What we can also do is say that we know we don't want a 3, we don't want an S, we don't want a 6, and we don't want a 13. So we can just disable those
Yeah.
and go back. So now it's only going to search for a 2. The missile is going to search through that table for the SAMs. So, and it does one at a time. So if we know what we're going after, we only want that in the search table.
Yeah.
And if there's a corresponding harm code table that you can go, and if I hit this UFC button, it'll pop up the threat table numbers. So there's number codes. I don't know what those are offhand, and we've got something else shooting at me. Oh, it's an enemy air target.
Really? Wow.
Su-34.
Oh shit. I can see him.
I'm probably gonna get shot down. Ah! I said that right as the missile came in.
Oh, Fox 3, Fox 3. It's tracking, it's tracking. Well, I just dodged something. I dodged an R-73. Thank fucking God.
Come on, DCS, show me Shark.
If you find a BF10 map, you can then press F2.
Why is my F10? Oh, it's
That's
just
you.
not loaded.
Oh, that's the enemy.
I'm down. I got shot.
Yeah. I did kill him. He was so close, I just fired, I fired one off, Mad Dog, and just like full defensive. He fired something, I went down and fled, turned back around, he was a smoking wreck, I'm still alive. So I have nothing to complain about.
Yeah.
Also a 29 somewhere. I've seen 2 dots off to my right. It's my HSD.
But,
Doing my HSD.
that HAD mode is going to be the mode that you'll probably use the most for the harms. The only other one I really see possibly being useful in DCS is the POS mode, which is fairly straightforward. Because you just tell the harm, you'll have the harm table similar to what I was showing, and you'll tell it, hey, you're going after an SA2, and you fire it at a waypoint, and it'll fly towards the waypoint, turn on its seeker, and it'll look for that target. And then there's more complicated stuff than that if you really want to get into it with flex table, because the harm, it'll look for that target primarily, but if it can't find it when it turns its seeker on, it'll look for that target or anything else in its flex table.
Okie dokie, I have locked a MiG-23.
Shoot him down.
My radar, I am going to. So I'm waiting for the carrot to enter the bottom half of the thing, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I wait for it to go to range, turn, and run most of the time before firing, at least in everything, because otherwise they just turn and run. Ratty, you use it for off-bore sight? I haven't considered that.
Well, yeah, there's 2 guys. Did everybody else die? I think everyone died.
Except for you. You're all we have left, Shark.
Well, fuck, all eyes on me.
You've got 2 MiG-23s behind you.
I only have AIM-9Xs.
They're MiG-23s. You can beat them up with those, right?
Do you know how I have to lock things with a head-mounted display?
Yeah.
I need to move my mouse and then press a button on my stick, which is completely incompatible with me flying.
Well, you can just put your nose on it and lock them up.
How many missiles do they have? They have a lot of fucking missiles. they have a lot of missiles! What do we have? We have NASAMs. They'll have like AIM-120s or something. I'm gonna lead the enemies over here. I mean, I'll turn back in.
My classic strategy in at least other sim for what to do when being chased by fighters I can't beat is run over to Patriot Senpai and ask her to save me.
Oh, exactly. I'm very comfortable with that.
A lot of the time I like marking pre-planned threats steer points for the Patriots so I know when I'm within Patriot range so they can save me.
I have 4,000 fuel, so I really don't be dogfighting for too much.
Yeah, you don't have much time of burner at all. That's the definitely the limiting factor of the F-16 when it comes to fuel is not necessarily just range for going out somewhere and then dropping ordnance. It's when you need to do extended BVR, you need to defend against missiles, you need to do air combat maneuvering. Then you run out really quick.
Yeah. This was... Well, I mean, we didn't actually plan for this to happen, so, I don't have the loadout, but, still chasing me, and I'm feeling quite confident about my chances if I turn in soon.
As long as you can dodge his close
I
missiles.
have 0 chaff and 8 flares. Maybe not. Maybe that isn't optimal.
You got to be careful about your chaff and flare use. I think the
Yeah, I think I
default.
pressed it multiple times because it was on a program.
Yeah, I think the
Probably the slap button
program.
does a program. The slap button seems to just do a program, so I'm not really quite sure.
Yeah, the slap button runs programs 5. So whatever is
How do I
programmed
get
in
to my
program
program?
5. So you need to go to.
Is it upper or HSD?
It's in your data entry display. So you'll go to the list page, and then there will be the countermeasures.
BMDS maybe? Ah, there we go.
Ratty says it's program 5. Slap is program 5, and it's 20 sequences of both chaff and flare. So yeah, that's awful.
Oh, that is fucking terrible. I'm gonna
Um,
find the other button.
The other thing you can do is you can just switch your countermeasure mode into override, which, according to manuals, is supposed to drop 1 chaff and 1 flare.
You mean bypass?
Yeah, bypass.
That does drop 1. Okie dokie. Well,
And that'll save you from programming it every time. Or you can use dice, which doesn't pass the integrity check all the time.
well, I'm probably gonna die here, but let's fucking go.
I can stick with you until you live or die.
Do I set it onto cool or hot? Oh, he's
When you're in dogfight mode, they're automatically cooled, so you don't have to touch anything else.
Okay. I don't have chaff. I think I may have evaded it.
Yeah, it looks like it went stupid.
He's out of radar missiles. Slave this. I see the box.
All right, Sidewinder Chan, it's time for you to shine.
Box 2. He's flaring. That may have been way too close. Please go. Please kill him. Please kill him. Please kill him. Splash.
Nice hit.
Is that a good hit? I think he's out. Yep, he's destroyed.
Yep, I see a shoot.
Okay, I got an RTV now.
Waypoint 5, Belsan is right close by.
So
Heading 143.
Point 5 was it?
Yep, steer point 3 or 5. Meh.
5. Yep, 5 is set. It's about to. How close is that? Oh, that's really close.
Yep.
Gee, happy I lived. I got to shoot things and everybody got to see. See, guys, I'm not that bad. I know what I'm doing sometimes.
A lot of the air
yeah,
combat carries over.
Well, yeah, it's just like trying to wrangle the systems into doing what I want them to do, which is a main difficulty.
Yeah, that's the struggle part.
The dogfight mode is pretty like, it's just like the ACM mode, it's like pilot mode in the F-14 basically, just a bit better. I mean, I also, in fact, it's closer to the 15. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's like equal to the 15 with how it works, just different symbols.
I mean, I think at one point the F-15 basically had the same kind of ICP as the F-16. Their theory of operation, at least initially, was supposed to be pretty similar.
Yeah.
I think the 15E is a lot different, though.
I feel like I could drop down a lot. I'm really high. I'm gonna do a right-hand spiral to line up, and then I'll be on final.
Yeah, Rady, them being overrides, you can toggle them and instantly go back to what you're doing. That's the great thing about all the overrides.
Yeah. It kind of has to be, because dogfight mode, like, if you merge, you kind of just want to be on combat. You don't want to, like, mess with anything.
Yep.
So it makes sense that it just works.
TM.
Well, I mean, it just works for me so far.
It does work. It's great, and that's why I say I basically never use the air-to-air mode. I don't see any point when I've got MRM override.
I feel like air-to-air is more long range when you go into the merge.
Well, MRM is more long range than going into merge.
I'm not even sure though. I'm not sure why there's two modes.
Yeah,
If I ever find out, I'll tell you.
I'm sure there's a good reason for it, but I can't figure it out. Or heck, it might be like it's left over from shooting AIM 7s or something.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't actually know. Well, the difference in the F-14 is, for the air-to-air mode, it feeds the information to the backseat, and the radar contacts can appear on the hood. So maybe there's like a clutter thing going on. Maybe air-to-air will like show more clutter or something. I don't know. There'll be some differences somehow.
I'll have to read up on it, see if there's a good reason to use it.
Yeah. I kind of overshot the runway, too far left.
Just a bit.
I kind of stopped turning for some reason, I don't remember why. Speed is fine. My angle is roughly okay.
I'm totally not watching your landing.
Oh, you can judge me, I'm so happy if you judge me. I now have to put this. If I mess up, it's gonna look really bad. Autopilot off. Gears down. Push the air brake a tad. I'm gonna get a tiny bit short. Just right off the bat. I'm probably a bit shallow, but all from that, this is okay.
Shallow is generally not bad as long as you have terrain clearance.
Tiny bit of bounce. It's okay.
It's okay, the centerline fuel tank took it.
Oh, it's fine. Look, it's like a bit of metal.
It's expendable.
If even that. Yeah. It bends. No, it's a souvenir to remember all of those who have fallen. She's got a massive dent in it. Anyway, that was an okay landing. That was probably my worst one so far.
Yeah, as long as you land in the parameters, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
You'll be safe. You might bounce, you might float a little bit, but you'll be fine.
I am yet to crash this plane, which is really good.
It
I'm
definitely
yet
is.
to die in this plane. I haven't died yet.
Ah, nice.
Like, at all. I haven't been shot down.
It is definitely an easy aircraft to handle because it's fly-by-wire. It does everything for you, basically.
Okay, so that was my biggest difficulty when I started flying. Because it's so direct. You fall back, it just moves back. With the F-14, you pull back gently, then more. to like do what you want to do, but this kind of just goes.
Oh yeah,
So
this.
I had to like stop using my muscle memory for like all the planes I fly.
Yeah, this will let you just yank the stick at however you want, and it'll give you the proper inputs to stop you from stalling.
Oh yeah, I can't with the wings. I pull back really hard. It just doesn't. It just stays within like perfect like turning. So everyone is dead.
All right, I have to wrap up here because it's getting late.
It was fun though. Thank you for teaching me. I had lots of fun. We should hang out more often.
Yeah, we'll have to play DCS or something sometime.
You wanna do some dogfighting at some point, like Gunzilmi or something?
Oh boy, yeah, why not? We'll find a server where we can do that.
Oh, I have a server we can do that, so everything will be fine. But yeah.
All right.
Thanks for having me. This was fantastic.
No problem. Let me figure out how to get DCS to actually close out, and then who we're gonna raid.
Alt F4.
Yeah, I popped up Task Manager and murdered it. That's how you know it's a good game, when you gotta kill it with Alt F4.
Yeah. Well, that was that. I will also disconnect.
You know what? David is flying DCS. Let's go throw a raid in his direction. Shark, do you have any announcements you want to give before wrapping up?
Hey guys, it's Mikha's birthday. Wish him happy birthday.
Whoa, it's my birthday?
Yeah, it's your birthday. Did you not know?
Ah, I didn't know.
Well, yeah, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
How cool.
Yeah.
It's a
isn't it
surprise
amazing?
birthday in July.
Yeah, surprise birthday.
It's probably closer to like my half birthday.
I don't know why we started wishing each other happy birthday, but it is your birthday. It's actually your birthday today. I checked the calendar.
You can blame me for pulling that from your stream chat, joking about it, and then bring it into Airshow's chat.
Are you the one who made him do that? It wasn't you?
I brought it up in Airshow's chat. You were there.
I was blaming Hex. I was blaming Hex. I've been shooting the wrong guy. I should be shooting you.
You've got the gun, but you're pointing it the wrong way.
Well, yeah, I'm shooting the audience. Some of them are scary. That's why I have this.
I can bring out my gun.
Oh yeah, we can be like a fire team.
Except that the redeem didn't work because I never set it up. I didn't set up something before I started. Well, we're raiding now.
Well,
I'll see y'all Thursday. Bye bye.